throughout this year. They finally broke through and had a very big phase in phase 3, winning that phase. Their sister team Ace yesterday playing to their strengths, diving for early center positions, doing aggressive 2-2 splits, covering a decent amount of territory, not a ton, but a little bit, and then collapsing around phase 4 or 5 when they should, and team fighting from then on out, and it proved very successful for them.
Game number 1, Erangel, and we are expecting potentially some spicy drops here at Pachinki. Firstly, that's what we've got to be talking about. Genesis, Force, where's Liquid going? We think they're going maybe to Watertown, Paper.
Yeah, in the scrims, we've seen a little bit of variation. We've seen 3 teams fight over Pachinki, and right now, I see a lot of parachutes heading in that general direction.
Yeah, that's where we're going to be keeping our eye on. There's also Roshawk, Athletico, and QM both dropping there. Athletico's parachutes are, as you can see, just south of it. QM going away from Roshawk? Are they giving it up?
It looks like maybe Athletico has won that territory for themselves. You can see QM definitely has gone well past it, and it looks like just 2 teams are going for Pachinki. As far as I can tell, Liquid is pulled off.
Yeah, and this is what we are going to want to be watching early on. OGN enters Force versus Genesis, right smack bang in the heart of Pachinki here on Erangel. K-Mine with an M16. I think he's going to find a different, better weapon than that.
Most likely, they're going to be looking for something a little different than that. You can see a few scars being picked up there, and we're getting our first circle heading up to the north. So the Sun Sisters, one of the Japanese teams, right in the dead center of all of that, and we move back over to the fight here in Pachinki.
Scarf and Earth. Scar for Indigo, and he's probably the one to watch for here for Entis Force as one of the better players. But let's be real, as a team, as a collective unit, Entis Force, they are a force.
Pretty well balanced overall. Indigo, the slight leader in terms of average frags per round, but across the board, they're a very strong team, and they team fight very, very well. They like to work in twosomes. Ooh, Wicked's got the VSS here. Misa, can he hold it? No, it is the automatic spray with the VSS, and that's going to be our first kill of the game.
Yeah, first death, Misa from Crow Crowd. It's Wicked from Detonator. Will kick us off for day number 2, match 1. And for Detonator, that's the start you'd like to see. Every kill is going to matter. That's crucial. We saw it from yesterday. It can get pretty close towards match number 6. It comes down to 1, 2, 3, or 4 points. That's the difference.
And Detonator lives and dies by Wicked. If he can lead them well, if he can get some kills early on, get the team into good positions, he's going to be out there in a 1-3 split, typically leading the way, calling the shots for his team. Unfortunately for them, from time to time, he gets himself in bad situations, kind of like Pio. We see this with these 1-3 splits, where the leader is going to find themselves too far out ahead and they die, and then the rest of the team kind of struggles to get it together from there, but that's a nice little start for Detonator.
And Shadow as well, for Afrika Freaks, is a bit of a lone wolf at times as well, and the Koreans do like this sort of risk versus reward playstyle.
Yeah, Shadow you're going to find in the very back end of everything Afrika Freaks Fatal does. He's going to play the safest positions. He's going to have a sniper in his hands and try to cover them from long ranges. And he is often going to be the last man alive for them, just trying to eke out position points. Typically, Afrika Freaks Fatal has been a positioning team. They're looking to get points through those situations. They don't frag out a lot, but this past phase was their best fragging phase I have seen from them.
You can see it Biza on the minimap halfway here between Pachinki and School and Apartments for Team Liquid. They had a couple around Watertown, Ruins as well still with Sampty, but it's still Entis Force and Genesis inside of Pachinki, but it hasn't quite kicked off just yet.
Not just yet. It seems like the teams are kind of feeling each other out here. We've seen it be pretty explosive in the scrims, but Entis Force looks like they're opting to make an early exit from Pachinki, trying to get those vehicles and potentially get better positioning early on, make those earlier rotations.
As we've got Sosnovka Island down to the very south, that's where TSM are located at the moment, Paper, and they've got obviously the longest journey to go here for this first circle. At north, it's a long way towards Severny at Petrol Station. Uncivil with a knockdown onto Easy.
Easy indeed is going to get taken down by Uncivil from Lazarus. This is an NA team I definitely have my eyes on. There's a lot of hype buzzing around about them, and an early kill will get the fire going underneath them.
And I wonder if this is going to be a tough game for QM. Most of the scrims they've been playing have been dropping in Roshawk. And they decided game one, they're going to change it now. So they haven't really been able to practice their rotations around this area. And straight away, running straight into Lazarus, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, where they dropped, there's a couple garages where you can pretty likely pick up a vehicle, as well as a lot of spawns on the road. So it's not a terrible location in terms of getting vehicles. The downside to the drop they chose is that their loadout in terms of guns and utility won't be quite as good had they been able to take Razak, but they abandoned it. Atletico conquered it.
Easy will be finished off by ZGG, though, of 4 AM. Nice kill still for them. So that'll be the point that matters. Of course, it's getting the elimination, not just the knock. Beer Chat for Sun Sister can be spotted by Cherry Poppin, and of course, Rumblers. Any Rumblers in chat, because of course they're here. They're one of the, well, basically the last team to technically qualify.
Well, they're here. You got the chance. You got to make the most of it, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Dropping up on the north side, and they're getting a favorable circle to kick things off. So this is a team that can be dangerous, because when you have nothing to lose,
yeah,
you know, you playing on free money, you might as well just make the most of it. Go all out.
It's only 6 games as well. I think Froz was making the case yesterday for Rumblers. Like, at 6 games, you have a couple of decent ones. Really, you could even have a couple of bad ones and still make it through. We saw Tempo Storm yesterday actually finish last in 2 games. They picked up a really big win, and that was to sort of supersede the, you know, consistency. And in the end, they made it through, even though they had a couple of bad games. So Rumblers, I mean, I'd be keeping an eye on anyone on this lobby. Really, anyone could make top 8.
Yeah, we saw Na'Vi come back from a very disappointing start.
Slow start for Na'Vi as well.
Yeah, any team. It just takes a couple games. You get 1 win, and you basically are going to be really close to the points necessary. Most of the players I was talking to were saying around 30 points, and ooh, Wu Fang, a bit of an accident here for QM. So another unfortunate situation for them.
GYY is going to be picked up, though. They're safe. Liga's there as well. Genesis on the move. So in the end, really, the Pachinki that we were kind of expecting, the Pachinki Bowl, didn't even end up happening.
Nope, no Pachinki Bowl today. It was a bit anticlimactic. We thought we might get some.
Neither did Razak either, for that.
Yeah, Razak, I was a little excited for that. I thought that would be a real good fight. I didn't expect either of the teams to back down from the Razak fight.
Halo and Uncivil have got to be careful. The 4 men just pushed up. They haven't even realized that Halo's going to be knocked out immediately out of that Dacia. Uncivil trying to find an angle, but all he's going to find is 4 angry men outside his doorstep as Wayless pushes up. It's actually Atletico with a high ground Overwatch vantage point of the petrol station. The nade from ZGG is going to be primed and thrown in. It's perfect, it's in, but it's not in the right room. Uncivil changes position, but really, Paper, I think it's a matter of time before he goes out. Headshot onto ZGG. Can he get anything more from this?
That was a great headshot, but Wayless comes around the corner. He is going to find Uncivil. A bit of a strange situation Lazarus found themselves in. 4 AM had to push onto that compound quickly because of the pressure from Atletico.
Lazarus were holding that 2-2 split. Now they're down to just 2 players. Not the start that really, for a lot of people, thought North America's hopes would be with coming into today.
Yeah, definitely Lazarus and QM. Lazarus had been playing well in the scrims, but that doesn't really mean much. A lot of times you're going to play well in scrims and it doesn't carry over into the games. The pressure is different. The feeling is different. James coming up on Juxi here.
Juxi hasn't shot yet. Not just yet. Oh, James has got it with the seat swap. Welcome introduction to the big stage for Juxi as he sat down by James and he takes the doubles for Team Liquid.
And how often have we seen the members of Liquid do this, where they're able to get kills from vehicles? They do it on their streams. Now they're doing it on the pro scene. Incredible play from James.
Sting, Divine Esports, it's Nicky who watches him go inside of the building. That's decent information. They know the doubles is taken now. James, though, has got the location for Team Liquid. Atletico down to 3 players, and we're 30 seconds away from phase number 2.
Well, it looks like most of the teams have made their way in. Detonator swinging way around the northwest. Genesis came in near the containers of Pachinki and are kind of set up around that quad compound there. There's AFF on your screen coming up from the Milta Power area, making their way in. TSM's down on Potato Mountain. So right now, I don't expect too much more to pop off unless some of these teams try to position for that middle positioning a little bit more.
Talk us through what Detonator and AFF are doing here. They're coming in extremely late, even with the blue to a degree. As we get that circle pop, it's south. We go back towards Roshawk. A lot of teams over that Roshawk River, but AFF, Detonator, really slow with these rotations.
I think they saw how these teams wanted to position. The meta yesterday was very center circle centric. Everybody wanted to do that. So we heard from the analyst desk earlier that AFF wasn't even really trying to drop anywhere. They were just watching what other teams were doing to detect their movement patterns. Look where AFF is. They have a lot of room on the circle. Detonator would have had the circle stayed more north. There was nobody up there, but the circle hard shifts south, so it's going to be a much more difficult situation for them.
This is the live replay of James pulling in, and you'll see the seat swap onto Jukesy. Now, it wasn't a silent pull-in, but hey, still flashy, even through the tree. Really highlighting the skill level required there for James. Now, he did get knocked down. This is going to buy some time. Well, unfortunately for Team Liquid, buy some time. They're going to have two still remaining up north, as we're going to see over towards Skull. Wu Fang with a knockdown onto Lu from 4am as Forever pulls up. Maybe wants to try and get into the Skull.
Yeah, China versus China situation here. Forever coming around the wall. Wu Fang's got that angle over there, but there's two other members of 4am, and a great grenade from Wayless is going to get him. God V getting things kicked off. He's got two names now. He's that good.
JYY getting pushed in as well over towards apartments as W Click. Atletico driving around the School area as well, south of Rostock, almost at the hill.
Yeah, this is Liga. Liga's trying to hold the angle. Wayless coming up the stairs now with ZGG as backup. Let's see if he can get this M4 to connect with a 2x.
There's no rush here, though, for QM, but down to just Liga and GYY. They haven't got the numbers compared to 4am. 4am playing this well, although they are also down to 3 themselves, losing a player.
Yeah, this is not the situation if you're a fan of the Chinese teams that you wanted to see, and Hikari has found himself knocked. I suspect there was a motorcycle floating around somewhere there. Usually when you see a player down out by himself in the middle of nowhere, there's typically
you just zoom out a little bit and you'll see the motorbike somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Or a rolled vehicle potentially somewhere behind him. So looks like they should be able to get the res. We're in phase 2, so we should be able to get the heals off as well.
So nice aggressive start for 4am here for match number 1. Obviously, we all know about their pick'ems. Number 1. I think it's about 55 to 60% of the votes, and well, they're pretty happy right now with the way things are looking for 4am.
Yeah, 4 kills already, so that's 4 big points. A nice start to the day. Obviously, they'd like to clear this compound out, but you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Not sure if they know exactly where the other members of QM are, and here's that accident right into the front left tire. Ouch. Ouch.
He's probably wondering, GYY, why are you just jumping around like that? Like, come on.
Well, you got to be careful there. If you're I blame the driver.
You blame the driver?
I blame the driver.
You probably should blame the driver. We've got a couple of teams still late rotations into the blue. Rumblers at Shelter currently at the moment. Detonator still rotating. That's all they've done so far here for game number 1. 4am slowly but surely clearing out School. I think Liga and GYY have played this pretty well, though. They're just holding their nerve, holding their angles.
Yeah, they have to. They're in the odd man situation.
Oh! So quick.
I was trying to talk about it, and then Forever just insta-downs GYY.
I mean, he picked that for like more than 1 second, and he was down. The nades aren't going to quite finish him off, but I think he bleeds out here. There's no way he's going to get the revive, and for QM, down to 1 player remaining. As we do get our phase 3 circle paper, it goes south again. Was Pachinki.
Yeah, you can see W Click making an aggressive rotation into the center of that circle. So the Lat AM team trying to get some early position advantage for themselves. Now Lazarus has taken up some of the compounds on the eastern side of Pachinki, on the opposite side of the field. And here's Luke 12 from Lazarus, gonna get the knock onto Rybo, and Purdy Curdy's gonna finish off Ragnar.
Yeah, 2 for Lazarus. Silzen just has to keep going past north of Pachinki Fields. And Harold as well for W Click. They're down to 2 players remaining. Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy doing a decent job of holding their compound. 2 kills for Lazarus. Flood in the kill feed goes down to KL from OGN. SS Force. And they're on the board now. They've got 1 as they got breached by Atletico.
Yeah, Entis Force hasn't really had to move too much. They've got a 2-2 split across the compounds in between School and Pachinki, and Atletico's trying to push in. In fact, they have breached. You can see Zoidmate and Extreme are here with Indigo and Kale, but Indigo's going to ramp up that buggy and back it up a little bit to make sure it's safe.
A lot of teams now starting to consider Pachinki as an option, especially if you go south. Genesis just holding church. AHQ have actually gone to the center of Pachinki. Indigo and KL are happy to hold this by themselves. Sungjiang and Doya at the other halfway house, just southwest. So they'll hold the 2-2 split for now, and it goes to show that the nerve they've got here to just take this 2v2 and back themselves in and not call for reinforcements.
All right, Fatal's rolling up on the Potato Mountain with Sun Sisters up on top already. You can see Fia-chan coming up around the side here. Now the low ground has been seeded by the Sun Sisters. NN trying to jump up, see if he can see any members of Sun Sisters down there. You can see Gabba very weak already. He's flashing in that white health.
Yeah, Sun Sister though pushing more towards the blue here. They're getting really aggressive with this position, but it's a bad aggressive. They're down below. Afrika's got the high ground. Afrika's got the better position inside of the circle if they move more towards the west as well. So I'm not exactly sure what Sun Sister are trying to achieve here.
Yeah, they're trying to get some kind of flank, but Afrika Freaks Fatal already has the circle and the high ground. This is a really tricky situation for Sun Sister. Going to really have to out-duel AFF, and the Rumblers looking to rumble.
Let's see if they're going to join this party. And who they're going to pinch would most likely be Sun Sister. They might get spotted by Afrika, though, who have got the high ground. Shadow holding at the rock, making sure they're not getting pushed from the blue, but it's not going to be coming from them. It's Fear Jam with some damage onto the Rumblers. Cherry Poppin'. Nice tap, triple tap from Cherry Poppin'. That'll sit them down, and Sun Sister down to 3. Now they're getting pushed as well by Afrika Freaks, and then knocked down. Style will get Crazy Sam, and it's all going horribly wrong for the Japanese team.
They're on the backside of the hill, a perfect position to get flanked on, and they are getting torn apart between the Rumblers and AFF, and that circle hard shifts southeast once again.
That phase 4 circle right onto the Pachinki fields, right onto the warehouses. Getting Detsu knocked down. There's 2 down as well for Fatal. It's only Lambo and Shadow that remain. Gamma with a nade is the last one alive for Sun Sister as well. Is it a great nade? Not quite, but it's forced. Shadow at the rock, pushes forward, is aggressive in a 1 versus 3 here. The last remaining player alive for his team. Not going for the revive. I don't think they have the time either in 30 seconds. That blue moves. I think wants to try and finish off the rest of Afrika.
Yeah, and we're into phase 4 circle, so if you are downed outside of this, you cannot heal yourself up enough in time. There's a Molly here. AFF getting really aggressive, and they are going to take down the Sun Sisters. They're the first team eliminated.
Gabba got the knockdown onto NN, but it's all that will be. Waldo gets the elimination onto Wicked. They had Detonator pushing in from behind them. Rumbler certainly are rumbling early here for game number 1. 2 early kills. Cherry Poppin' and Los HD. Detonator, of course, they're down to 3 now. Rumblers have got the advantage here, numbers-wise.
Yeah, it's going to... Ooh, but a nice shot from Hikari. It's going to get Micro Fry with that SLR. Great knock. Instantly, the smokes are coming down from Waldo. It's providing a little bit of cover fire here as well. There's another fight breaking out between Liquid and oh my goodness, there is a grenade from Jeems. I think it's just a smoke, though, to buy Jempty some time.
Sting Divine versus Liquid. Jempty hiding at the bottom of the triple. Oh, wow. Big day from Hikari in the kill feed. I'm sure we'll get the replay of that later. Jempty's going to be knocked down by Nikki. Ibiza holding out sides, tries to get some shots through the window. Unable to connect and unable to save Jempty. James are taken down as well. 2 immediately eliminated for Liquid. As Sting Divine are coming out ahead here pretty comfortably. They've still got 4 up.
A big fight here for Divine. The other SCA team that came through Armory Gaming had a miserable day yesterday, and they're looking to try to redeem their region a little bit, but that's a mistake there. It's like there might have been a mishap with a grenade. I saw Levi's is going to finish off his teammate Turtle, and back over to the fight between Rumblers and Detonator. You can see Waldo is knocked there. Grenade coming through from Sungjong is going to find Extreme.
And that's going to be Atletico taken out in 15th position. Not a good start for the other Australian team. It's not looking good for Liquid either, though. Sapti knocked down. Only Ibiza remaining and standing for Team Liquid. This would be a horrible start for them.
Yeah, definitely not what they're looking for. You can see Michael has spotted out Isco. Isco's head is available to be shot, but he's not going to pull the trigger, opting to get the position situation going for themselves instead. And here is Isco getting in that buggy, going to start moving up as the other members of TSM trying to regroup with Iroh down in the sushi houses.
TSM certainly have been the beneficiaries of these circles for game number 1. Warehouses at Pachinki Fields, they're sitting comfortable, but getting kills is going to be proving to be difficult, I think, for the remainder of this game, at least until the later stages, to the later phases. 25 seconds until phase number 5. Semti goes down to the blue. Only Ibiza remains. He's pushing in near church area of Pachinki. He has been spotted as well by Genesis. I'm expecting to see him pop up in that kill feed, and for all the wrong reasons.
Biza trying to heal himself through this blue, see if he can find a sneaky way to get into the west side of Pachinki. Genesis has solidified themselves on the northern side, so it looks like if he has enough heals available, he should be able to at least get into the city, but the circle has shifted over to the east, and that means we've got about half field, half forest in there.
And I wonder, for Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy, of course, only 2 for Lazarus. If they might get breached by a group of 4, that could be their downfall, holding this decent position inside of the circle. But hey, what else are you going to do? They've got to defend their territory now that they've got here for these later stages. It's looking good now for Lazarus after a shaky start.
Yeah, Lazarus, I think, has one of the best, if not the best, position in this circle. They've lost 2 men. The good news is they have the great position and the defender's advantage for themselves.
So far, total rankings, it's 4 AM topping the charts with 5. There goes Ibiza. H-Win will put an end to his misery. Only 1 point gained for game 1 for Team Liquid. Now, Lost HD with a nade towards Aqua 5. Oh, that's a perfect nade! Knocked down onto Aqua 5. Isco spotted as well at the tree. Lands the shot back, though, with the SLR in the 4 times. Last one standing for Detonator. And that blue is now moving as well towards him. I don't see Isco getting out of here alive.
No, this is really desperate here for Isco. All the angles are pretty well covered on him, shooting out the tires just to make sure he can't even use that buggy to retreat there, and that's a really awful situation. In fact, there they go. Rumblers are going to take down Detonator in 13th place.
What did we say about Rumblers? What did we say? They can cause an upset here, coming in as one of the last teams. Genesis push up just outside Pachinki. There's a great nade that's thrown towards him. It bounces, but doesn't quite bounce far enough. They're holding a decent spot away from their vehicles. Now they can move back to them, knowing that they've already exploded. Good position hold from Genesis. Now they can also catch teams coming outside of Pachinki. CC and SR for AHQ are trying to eliminate them before they push right on top of them. There's another smoke thrown right in front of SR's feet. There's 3 up for AHQ, but I think they're out of nades.
Wow, SR with an amazing push here. Coming up, he might just catch Genesis completely off guard. CC avoiding critical damage. He takes a bunch, but Genesis does find SR. They're going to finish him off. So a attempt at a sneaky play doesn't pay off. They're going to get Teme on the backside. So at least picking up 1 kill for AHQ.
It is a slaughterfest outside of Pachinki. Profi was knocked down. They'll get the revive. Crow Crowd are still trying to make their way out as well. They're going to lose Nookie. It's Tixu that all that remains now for Crow Crowd, as well as Milk for AHQ coming out of that Pachinki slaughterhouse. TSM have just been sitting pretty this entire time, and soon you'd think phases 6, 7, and 8, that's when they're going to start roaming, looking for kills, and to capitalize on this game as Tixu finds Milk. He'll get the first spray, he gets the second spray, but the blue will finish him off. Crow Crowd out in 10th, AHQ in 11th.
Hey, at least Tixu made some of it. A good shot with the barrel, catching the head of Milk, and that's going to be those 2 teams eliminated as our next circle is getting ready to show itself in about 5 seconds here. Entis Force, Kale has been knocked, but it looks like they should be able to potentially get the revive on him, and we're just going to center right up, and Lazarus continues to have that great compound, but will somebody try to push it?
9 teams, 24 alive at the 22-minute mark of game number 1 for day 2. Group 2, Harold last one alive at W-Click. 19 health has forced back. Actually forced towards Levi's of Sting Divine, who's still alive as well. We've got a couple of really injured teams here still in this with some solo players. QM, W-Click, Sting Divine, all with solo players. Purdy Curdy knocked down by Gustav. Now TSM need to start moving and gaining control of this next phase now for phase 6.
Yeah, that's a real unfortunate situation for Lazarus, taking that headshot. See if they can get the revive there on Purdy Curdy. Levi's playing the sneaky snake as Genesis trying to hunt down Harold. H-Win almost able to get a shot in there with that SKS, but it going inside the bunker hill is Harold for W-Quick, and here's Levi's. He pops up, he gets nerf in the head, has to immediately prone back down, isn't able to get a knock, and he's going to be taken down himself.
Goes down in a blaze of glory, but unable to find a knock and do any damage to Genesis. H-Win eliminates Levi's. Now the bubble. We've got 8 teams remaining. Nice nade from KO. That'll finish off Harold. And instantly down to 7 from 9. It's still 22 alive as K-Mine spots him to go with the rock. And now Genesis can actually feed on Entis Force here. They're stuck. They're up the north side with the blue at the backs, and they need to push up this hill. It's dangerous. They've got 4 AM looking at them, and on the other side, it's Genesis.
Yeah, this is a real do-or-die situation for Entis Force. They're completely pinned, getting torn apart. H-Win gets Sungjung. Forever gets Indigo. So 2 members already knocked here. Forever trying to confirm. He does get Sungjong. Doya's trying to hold down the angle to give Kale a little bit of time, but Kale is very weak. Doya taking some return fire from Genesis. Going to try to cook a grenade. Ooh, Propty gets taken down and flushed by Kale. A nice move by him, but he's going to pay the price for it.
Yeah, HWin's going to get the trade. Doya, though, with the trade back onto HWin, so it's pretty even so far. Although OG and Entus forced down to just Doya remaining. It's 2 standing for Genesis. K-Mind and Nerf. They go for the revive onto HWin to try and take 3 into these further phases. They're going to need as many players as they can alive because the teams that are alive, TSM's got 4, Afrika's got 4. There goes Liga. Finished off in 7th position for QM. Doya doing everything he can. He has to reload. Nerf is very, very low. HWin still not revived either, but no nade. The nade would have been perfect here. Wants to try and floss HWin. It's Nhen who stalls the kill for Afrika Freaks.
Oh, Doya is going to get K-Mine. Can he outduel Nerf as well? No! It is going to be Shadow from Afrika Freaks Fatal that finds him. While all this is going on, Afrika Freaks Fatal 4 strong, rolling up the northeastern side and is cleaning up what is left of this fight.
Yeah, Genesis are going to go out here. It's Lambu who finishes off Nerf. Afrika Freaks Fatal are certainly cleaning up here in terms of kills. TSM on a donut.
TSM, though, had a great position, covering a ton of ground here. They do have a little bit of circle for themselves, and Lazarus, the circle continues to go on top of them. Can they hold this out? They do have a knock under their belt, so if Purdy Curdy gets hit again, he's going to go down a lot faster. Red's coming through, but Afrika Freaks Fatal does not want to let that make any difference. 4 AM going down in 4th place.
12 kills already for Afrika Freaks Fatal. Lazarus with only 2 kills, but you kind of give them a reprieve. They were down to 2 players for the majority of this game. For TSM, though, 0 kills. I understand the wariness of holding the position and getting fed. You're not going to find the kills. But at some point, you've got to come out and play, and I just don't think they've done that early enough. Now they could actually find themselves in a position where they could actually go out here with 0 kills.
All right, a big fight going out. Rory gets the first knock onto Lambu, and Purdy Curdy spots NN out as well. NN, I think, is taking some damage. Yes, indeed, from Rory. So a great position here from Rory behind these rocks. He has found a great angle onto AFF.
They are going to be well equipped here in terms of nades and smoke grenades as well, because TSM have not been fighting here. So they should be well equipped to finish off this game. They've just got to start getting these knocks, and you saw that from Rory. Was able to pick up 2. Style trying to move down the hill. I think they want to try and get to Lazarus's building. Gustav as well probably wants to do the exact same thing. Nade thrown in, and it's not going to be enough time for Purdy Curdy to realize that Luke 12 remains. Half health, not a nade thrown in. Never mind, bounces off the front doorstep. As Gustav continues to pepper, and as I mentioned, they've got the utility here. Luke 12 hides and holds on for now.
Exactly correct. TSM now has the win condition. Purdy Curdy is going to be flushed out by Gustav, so it is going to be 1 member standing for Lazarus, 2 here for AFF. Gustav trying to spray in there to get Luke 12, but Luke 12 safely behind the wall for now. Rory trying to get in there, using the shots from Gustav to be able to position himself a little bit so Luke 12 won't get the information on where he is. That grenade does catch a little bit of Luke 12, does a bit of damage. Now Rory's cooking another one.
Really smart from Luke 12, moving from room to room, but unfortunately too many nades to deal with and not enough rooms. Rory will finish off Luke 12. Lazarus in 3rd. TSM now to finish off Style. It's 1v4 territory. Style spotted immediately, though. The shots already continue to land. This will be a TX. Kale getting amongst it too, which is probably good to see for them as a team, that it wasn't really like Indigo leading the way. He wasn't sort of overshadowing the rest of the team and the rest of the roster. We are underway now for game number 2 here today for Group 2 of Day 2. Let's go.
And it's when Force is at their best, to continue with that, is when they're fighting as a team, when they're working as a unit. It's not going to be one player that's, you know, making a splash for them. It's a lot of times going to be an all-around effort. And 8 points for them, that's basically their average on this map, so they're playing right about where they should be.
I mean, if they can get 8 points average per game, history says that's more than good enough for qualifying into the top 8. Realistically speaking, 5 or 6 points a game is required to make the top 8 towards the end of the day. Currently in 8th position right now is 4 points. So for those that are in the bottom 8 right now, still a lot to play for, obviously with 5 games remaining. Yes, you had a bad game number 1, but now you've got to turn things around here, because if you don't turn things around here for game number 2, you're going to find yourself going into the halfway mark game and not looking good.
Absolutely. It looks like we are going to once again have Genesis and Force contesting Pachinki. Now, Kale's down there pretty early. A lot of times we saw in the scrims Genesis out parachuting the other teams just a little bit, but it looks like Force has adjusted and gotten themselves down just a little bit ahead of Genesis this time. And this is Athletico still, Razak all to themselves.
Yep.
Xenox,
yeah, again, QM have decided to vacate Rozhok, and yeah, look, they weren't winning. QM were not winning the Rozhok battle in scrims, so it's not too much of a surprise. And for Etis Force and Genesis, like, it's been pretty friendly, at least off the first game. We'll see if that continues here, although Doya taking a few shots down the main street. Etis Force ended up just sort of vacating first after looting for a while. But I do wonder if they get close enough, if it could really explode into a proper 4v4, or if it maybe turns into one of those things where it's like whoever steps out of line and crosses the other team's territory, they get taken out, and then everyone sort of just dissipates.
Right, it's like those situations in those comedy movies when you're 2 kids growing up and you gotta, you know, tape a line down the middle of your room, and you're like, you can't cross this line or else I'm gonna like punch you or something like that. I'm gonna beat you up.
Don't need to be violent.
I'm not, well... this is PUBG.
It is. TSM down at Sosnovka Island once again. Now, we do have our circle. We haven't really spoken too much about it, a bit more on the eastern coast, so we will get something a bit different here for match number 2.
Well, this is going to be interesting because our playing path was very western and the circle has gone east, so not many teams were dropping inside of the circle, only a couple. So you're seeing some aggressive early rotations from QM. Rumblers were up by Kameshki. They're already making their way even all the way down to Lipovka. Microfry is down there, and you can see we've already got the warehouse here for QM. So I like what QM is doing this time. They're just trying to get center circle early, you know, gain some territory, regroup from that disaster of a first game.
And not just Lipovka, but Mansion, Prison, Split, and even Shelter to a degree, although Weifeng and Liga are there. Milta completely open. There's only Ribo at farm for W-Click and no team in Milta Power. So yeah, that entire eastern coastline of Erangel is certainly open. It's going to make things interesting for any teams that want to sort of fat wrap down south and come in. They're going to want to look to come out to the east side. This is really good for TSM because they've got the Milta Bridge completely open as well. Michael's able to already come through to the Milta Beach, and they can actually push up to something like Lumber Mill, for example, and it's completely open. So I think this might end up being another good game for TSM and really utilizing the military-based looting to their advantage here.
Well, if no one else is going down there, it's not the end of the world. Nobody's really going to bridge camp too often early on in games because teams don't quite have a read on how you're rotating necessarily. You can't rely on scrims to decide if a team is always going to cross this bridge at a certain time or not. You have to wait until you see what they're doing in-game to try to make those reads. So early on, you can have a little bit of free access, especially with these southern, ended circles.
Genesis are going to leave Pachinki first, and they'll take all 4 of their boys inside of the UAZ and head on out. It's always nerve-wracking when all 4 are inside one vehicle. Fortunately, not too many players around their vicinity, although Sungjung close by to Potato Hill. Genesis are going to push right up here. I mean, this could be pretty disastrous for one or the other. I mean, if Sungjung can get a decent spray potential opportunity, it could go horribly wrong for Genesis. But I think they'll eventually sort of pull up and then they'll all get out and spread around and try and take Potato Hill.
Yeah, I think wisely there, Genesis just going to roll along the edge of the hill and easy.
They'll keep going.
Looking for some shots onto Lou. Nothing connecting there with that SLR, so just a few pot shots at him, just a little warning saying, hey, I'm here, but you can go.
I'm here. I'll give you a pass, though. Genesis keep moving. I think they potentially want to keep, obviously, finding more vehicles along the way, although they might get to a point where they might not even need them anymore. Profi will scout further up. Team Liquid just east of Potato Hill. Entis Force now making their way out of Pachinki. You can see all the way up north Stalba for Afrika Freaks. And as we were talking about before, it's going to be, I guess, considered normal for them to come in here really slow and really late.
Yeah, this is totally what they want to do. Of course, dropping in a very different location because of the plane path. They kind of bullied the Rumblers a little bit here out of Stalber, and they will loot up, take their time. One thing that I want to notice that I've been kind of noticing, Xenox, that's kind of interesting is I've seen a few more bolts already in the hands of players. Now, I'm not sure if this is just because of loot randomness or if the, people saw what Drassel did yesterday with those bolts and they're
Copying
thinking,
Drassel.
Maybe we can do that too, because he had one heck of a day.
Yeah, I think it was about 1,600 damage, if I remember correctly off the top of my head.
Something around that.
Something around that.
It was, it was a nutty day, and the bolts, obviously, it's going to be a lot harder to secure those kills and secure those points, but the trade-off is you can, open up a lot of space for your team.
Typically, you can have space on the team for one player to run a bolt.
Yes.
And the other three run the DMR. If you want, of course, run a bolt. But you're not going to have more than one, generally speaking. Michael inside of Milta. The rest of his team's going to slowly make their way over. Rory on the bridge. Gustav and Iroh still at the crossroads on Sosnovka Island. 2.5 minutes till phase number 2. It should slowly start picking up as the game continues to progress. 4 AM in a decent position in the center of phase number 1 circle. Afrika Freaks are coming in earlier here, although they're up north. I wonder if they're going to go for a really long wrap down to something like Lumber Mill, all the way along the coast, past the Povka, past Mill to Power. Would that be something they would be interested in doing?
If they feel like they can get away with it, sure.
Or
But I think they're going to be slow and methodical. That's what we saw in the first game. Is they kind of have an idea of where the teams are, and I think they might have even heard the Sun Sisters driving in front of them across Yaz. So I think that might have got them to kind of halt up and realize that okay, we're going to have to maybe not be as greedy as we would like.
W click just north of Milta, so TSM might have some company shortly. You can see Robo on the minimap, very close by to Michael, almost neighbors across the road. 1.5 minutes till phase 2. Total rankings, 18 points from that first game that was played already for Afrika Freaks, 16 for TSM, even though they got the win, and then 10 for 4 AM, rounding up the teams that are already in the double-digit points. The teams that are theoretically 9th to 16th, this needs to be a good game for them. It's a slow start, probably the slowest start we've had in the game, maybe all of PGC so far, because we haven't even had a death so far in the first 8 minutes.
Well, it's interesting because the circle shifted so far away from the plane path. Sometimes teams will kind of catch each other in transition, but the things just played out where that didn't happen. So right now we haven't had too much action at all. We still have all 64 players alive, a few shots taken here and there, but nothing major has happened, yeah.
And you say that's probably the case for the fact that teams like TSM, Rumblers taking safer options rather than more aggressive options. TSM going down to Sosnovka Island, Rumblers around the Povka to try and avoid that mayhem that might have happened from that plane path based on the circle. And so avoiding that means we get that start instead. 30 seconds till phase 2. Should really determine sort of the vicinity of where we might be heading. Of course, phase 1 in match number 1 sort of gave us a false hope of a Severny finish, and in the end it went back down to Pachinki.
I really like the setup that 4 AM and W-Click have here, these 2-2 splits. Ooh, Tixu though, uh-oh. He is all alone out here. Detonator has him completely surrounded.
Oh my God.
They make short work of him.
Well, he did not stand a chance in hell. It was almost like they were hunting him down. Tixu will be the first death for match number 2 as we do get our circle pop for phase number 2. It's central. I mean, I don't think you could get more central than that. It's a nice clean donut.
Yeah, it's right in there. A little bit of water still on the southern end, but not much at all. And these two positions I was talking about from W-Quick and 4 AM are going to continue to be very, very strong. Crow Crowd looking like they're going to try to regroup. Here are the Sun Sisters rolling across the front of Waldo with this. Oh, AK, he isn't able to really control the spray. Can he get the mini? No.
Wow, I'm surprised. I thought Kendesu might go for the run over. And Waldo unable to find even any damage there onto Sun Sister. He'll get in his UAZ and head off for Rumblers. They're around prison. I mean, you could take Pride Rockets available. It's a decent spot. I'm actually surprised that no team has actually taken Lumber Mill. Maybe a case of thinking that it's already been taken. The Afrika Freaks on the move. They're going down south of Lipovka. Now they might end up rotating into it, like I said before.
Yeah, just like you were talking about, but this is a really, I think, nice move here by the Freaks, being methodical about it, not getting caught in transition, letting the other teams do their thing, watching them and waiting for their moment to take a position that might be more beneficial to them. And, you know, a little bit of fighting here and there, but still not much. We've only had one player taken out.
Yeah, decent from TSM. They've been really patient so far down in Milta, understanding that they've really got most of this south side of the zone to themselves, except for Farm. Farm's interesting right now. We've got Crowd and AHQ both inside of it. You can just see it on the mini-map there. But of course, as we saw before, they lost Tixu, so it's only 3 for Crowd.
Yeah, Crowd, a team that coming into this had an explosive last couple weeks in the PEL, got themselves here, and so far we haven't talked about them much today, but we've only gone through one game, and to start off this game, the only thing we had to say was a little not the best for them.
No, not the best. You want to be getting the kills, not being killed. And before Afrika Freaks just pulling up actually south of Lumber Mill. They've just gone past Mini Milta Power. And again, it continues to be slow and methodical for most of these teams. Forever, though, nice knockdown onto Ribbo, trying to get up to the top level of the Wizzy Tower. ZGG was the one who technically got the knockdown, but Forever did most of the damage. Silzen down below has the smokes, but the smoke doesn't cover the entirety of that top stairwell.
No, and these wizard towers are quite easy to get grenades in if 4 AM felt like pushing up on it. Now, right now, it doesn't even matter. Jeez. Forever again with an incredible splays.
And that's what I was saying. It's so risky. Yes, the bottom stairwell is covered, but you'll actually be spotted as you're just turning the corner. And it's so much time to then get from the middle section of the stairwell into the top of the Wizzy Tower. Well played from Forever. And now he can push up and he can clean them. And he knows there's only going to be 2 there as Harold tries his very best with the 3 times on the mini, but they've lost 2 there for W-Click.
Yep, and this is going to be Zilzen getting taken down as well. So 4 AM continuing a strong start here, looking to be kind of the hope for China. They're the most popular team in China now. We kind of talked about early on maybe that Infantry might be a team we were looking for, but yesterday just was not their day, and I don't...
so he's trying to get, I think he wants to get the, so you want to get the smoke to land right where he's standing, basically, so that it blocks the top end of the stairwell so he can loot. But it kept bouncing out. Let's head to the map because 5 seconds away from phase number 3. And I'm expecting another shift here, Paper. Does it come? Not
no,
quite.
Just dead center.
Wow, 4 AM on Shelter are getting a decent feed here for match number 2.
Now, 4 AM, what are they going to do? Are they going to group up around Shelter? Sometimes Shelter can be a little bit dicey. You don't want to go inside of it because you can get trapped in there way too easily.
I mean, we've all seen a Shelter finish by now and how hectic it can be. Do you go in? Do you go up top? Generally, the teams that go underneath Shelter don't fare best.
No, it's hard because when the circle starts closing in, let's say the final circle is somewhere on top of Shelter, it's really hard to find a spot on the bottom that
Lazarus
isn't inside a wall.
And Team Liquid in a Mad Max scenario right now. James cuts off Purdycurdy. He's actually going to get to outside of the UNC. Lights him up with the AK, but he goes prone. He actually doesn't get knocked down. Jeffy fires back, but it's Alo with a knockdown to Ibiza with a headshot. James with the barrel, but 3 down for Liquid. Lazarus are about to send them backing in last place. Team Liquid have just been shattered.
Another huge disappointment for Liquid. Lazarus with a huge team fight, but 4 AM's Lou is going to make Purdycurdy pay for it. Great move by Lazarus to pull up early. What a performance from them so far today. They do lose 2 in that situation, and here is the shooting from Forever. Another incredible spray from him.
That was Forever holding the angle. He was holding it almost forever, pun intended, but Team Liquid, not the start to the day they would be liking to have seen. But Lazarus, though, crucial points. If you go back to, theoretically, the first 10 minutes of match 1, it looked like a horrible start for one of the best teams in North America, and since then, it's been all daisy and sunshine. They're up to 4th now in the total rankings. They've cracked double digits, 11 points. And look who's in 14th on just 1 point. Now out of the game, it's Team Liquid. Long ways to go, I know, for games, Paper, but for Europe's hopes, not good.
It's not looking great so far. Team Liquid, a historically dominant team, in competitive PUBG. Another struggle for them. Here is Detonator. They are making long rotations from Primorse, so they're coming in late on the south end of this circle. They've got TSM on their right. They've got Crow Crowd on their left. Can they find an angle to maneuver in here? Looks like they might even try to bust TSM out of this position. You can see Aqua 5 rolling in. Those grenades are just too far.
TSM have got the high ground advantage, but for now, if they keep pushing up to the yellows, it'll make it more even. But Michael and the rest of the crew want to just back out of this, go further in towards the circle, get a better position, maybe even get more high ground. They'll give up the yellows for now. Detonator sort of bully them out of there as Atletico now push up to one of the shelter entrances next to 4 AM. I like this push. It's aggressive. They can hold the entrance. You don't want to necessarily go and bury yourself too deep underground, but stay around that entrance point. Control it.
This is going to be a really important moment for 4AM if Atletico continues to try to push on them, because 4AM has opted to maintain this aggressive 2-2 split for this phase. Of course, we're only in phase 3, and typically it's around phase 4 or 5 where we will see teams condense. And I think now these other two members of 4AM should condense back down to Wayless and Forever and maintain that position. A really smart, patient play from our Chinese team.
Yeah, they've played this really well. They'll group up, just like you said. And really, for Atletico, if they sort of realize this, they might want to move as well, because you do not want to be holding that top spot so far up north. But now Sting Divine have made their way here as well. Atletico, I think, are going to be in the thick of it maybe by the end of this phase. Nade from Michael. They've come back over towards the yellows. I'm not sure why. They had the position on the other side of the road, as you can see. Extreme with the knockdown of Jet of Sting Divine. Like I mentioned, they pushed in. Atletico holding that entrance, gives them vantage point, and they got the knockdown because of it. Wicked pushing up towards Crow Crowd. They already had one exchange between these two teams. It did not go well for Crow Crowd. They lost Tixu.
Big moment here for Detonator's Wicked. He's all alone, as we want to know from him. Wicked coming up over the hill. Nookie is up there as well as Misa. Is he going to get the drop on them? Is he quiet enough? Or he's going to back off? He heard some shots, and I think he might have thought, I don't want any of this. And look, Nookie heard it as well. He's looking over there, and I think this is very wise by Wicked. Right now is not the time to get in a battle and regroup with your team.
It's almost like a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to peek who? In the end, neither. Indigo with a knockdown onto Profi, though. Enters Force versus Genesis, two of the big dogs toe-to-toe. Nade thrown from H-Win. Sungjung, though, patient here, and this is where Korea generally shines. They are very patient in this scenario. They won't rush this scenario. H-Win, though, sees them. Sungjung, he held the ground. He got the knockdown because of it.
That's 2 knock for Genesis. K-Mine's going to find Indigo with a grenade, but Duya's going to find H-Win. Only one member standing, but now Genesis gets eliminated.
That was so clean from OGN enters for Sungjung. Didn't panic. He was in such an open area. A lot of players would panic and think they could get spotted, but he held his ground, held his nerve, and in the end, Genesis stood no chance.
And he could hear all the footsteps from Genesis, was able to feed the information to the rest of the force. They span out, find the angles, and wipe them out almost cleanly. They only get one member knocked in the process.
I think we can now safely crown the winners of Pachinki. It's OGN enters fourth, Liquid out in 16th, Genesis out in 15th. Blood eliminated by Liga as Dookie spotted Wicked. That should probably be the end of Wicked. Hikari and Aqua 5 are close by. Do they engage on this fight, though, to save their teammate? He's already going to bleed out. Never mind, Nookie with the nade will finish him anyway. And kind of make the decision for them, although they might stick around.
They might want to take this fight. We'll see if they feel confident that they've got a good position. HQ rolling up on the backside of Crow Crowd. Misa taking a lot of damage here, down to 23 health. He's got the boost going. It's going to help a little bit, but Lani comes in. He finishes out Misa. There is just Teme with a nice rip, though, to get a little revenge.
Crow Crowd running out of players, though. They've only got 2 left. Need to get the finish onto Yanli. CC holding the back room. Milk, though, is going to get the nice flank on the Nookie. Oh, he vaults at the wrong time. Milk double kill. And Crow Crowd fall in 14th position. A nice push in the end from AHQ.
That was really almost completely clean. They only lost 1 knock in the process. Should be able to get that revive unless the detonators push in on it. QM has now taken up a position of their own on the north side of Shelter, rolling in behind Atletico. You can see Detonator not really wanting to push too far in this. The Sun Sisters still 4 up. This has been kind of the name of the game for the Japanese team. Quiet but steady. Can they make this work better than their other Japanese team, the Rascal Jesters?
Look at that zone. It's actually decent as well for Rumblers, who have been off to an amazing start here for match 2 and day number 2. Currently sitting inside of the top 8. Representing North America as the last entry team. TSM move up to a Wizzy Tower. They've been pretty comfortable pretty much for the most of this game. The first 19.5 minutes, now they'll start getting shot at.
Yeah, it looks like 4AM taking some shots at them. 4AM with a nice split here. They've got a ton of control over this circle. It is looking really, really good for them, Xenox. And now we've got Force. They have got to plow through W-click now. Herald's going out ahead and so much fire coming in.
Good.
You can see how much of this that 4AM can see. And now Ragnar trying to push through too, but he's forced out of his vehicle with a nice spray from Duya.
He's had to stop as well. I think he wants to heal. Now he's going to deal with the 1v4. Never mind. Xiaolu with a knockdown onto Ragnar. And Entis Force don't actually have to worry about him at all now. They might even steal the kill away and say thank you very much, 4AM. Of course, I don't think they realized just yet who was actually knocked down. Aqua 5 with a knockdown onto CC. You can see both TSM and 4AM looking over towards AHQ. As Michael will pick up the elimination for TSM. Aqua 5 inside of the blue now. 2 still to deal with in front of him. Gets tagged from Michael. That will be the end of Detonator in 13th position. 12 teams remain, 39 alive is easy, knocked down by Turtle. Up north, Atletico amongst it as well, over towards Shelter. It's 2 down for QM, 2 up.
All right, can Atletico hold this position? Extreme has been knocked by Nikki from Divine. Zoidmate here trying to see if he can find a way.
He landed that.
He landed that shot. That was almost a knock, just short of finding the headshot there. QM putting some shots into Lazarus as well. Uncivil going down.
Luke 12, last one alive for Lazarus. They've been very slowly taken apart as the game has progressed. 4 up still for QM as Entis Force continue to basically force their way into this circle. They haven't stopped as NN's going to be knocked down by Michael. Entis Force finally come to a standstill. The USC blows up right in front of them. CGG spots Doya. They haven't quite got the angles though. These trees are helping. Zoid and Duty for Atletico though are dealing with QM up north. Over towards the shelter entrance. Look how low both of them are.
Atletico is completely pinned inside of the shelter. This is why it is so risky to go down in there. Now, if they can find a way to push out, there's easy. He is holding down the angle, trying to buy some time so they can get GYY. A grenade from Luke, though, is going to clean that one up.
The old teammate of Atletico. Has he come to save the day, potentially? Easy. And Liga in the blue. Dukesy double kill. And Atletico comes scrambling out of shelter, but all they are met with is fire from even Luke 12, their old teammate Turtle, knocked down onto Dukesy. Zoid made it to the shack, he gets the heal off potentially. Atletico need points here. They only just then got off the bottom, they go out 10.
All right, Wayless taking some shots at Milk, one of the surviving members of AHQ, cutting across here. There has been a knock on a 4AM. This is Songjong out-dueling Milk. A great spray with the M4. Great control at that 3x.
If you thought Entis Ace were good, these guys are even better. Paper. Songjong, though, goes down to Turtle. Rumblers out in 9th. 8 teams remain. We're into the placement points now for match number 2.
All right, Iroh and Rory versus 2 members of AFF. No, Style is going down, so just Lambu up. It is going to be a 2v1. Can he hold this? He's got the smoke on his left, but he comes over the hill and Rory outduels him.
Sun Sister are just above this as well. It's not over yet for TSM. They're not out of the woods. Although Sun Sister a bit further away. Up north, Doya still alive here for Entis Force. Sting Divine hanging around. So is Luke 12. Needs to find a position to move into this next circle. He kind of wants Doya's position.
Here comes Sun Sister, just like you were talking about, Xenox. A little slow on the push.
Nice.
TSM is going to get the revives here, but Kendesu trying to get some nades up and over. A little bit of damage done to Rory and Gustav. Rory almost going down there. Kendesu coming up. Viachan on the flank. Gustav and Iroh trying to hold this down. A decent spray, but he's taking a lot of damage. Viachan not able to get that.
Double knock in favor of Sun Sister. Nade throw. No, never mind. It's a smoke towards Viachan. Knocked down by Rory. He's got the angle there, hiding prone, but he's not going to be able to survive much longer. Michael was all that was left, and Gabba spots him. Headshot. Sun Sister clean and precise for the Japanese team into the top 5 because Luke 12 just got spotted for Lazarus out in 6th.
And that's got to be a big confidence booster for the #1 team coming out of the PJS. They only lose 1 member in that fight, pick up 4 big points for themselves, and they are guaranteed at least a 4th place finish.
Man, it's so top heavy right now. The teams that did well in match 1, 4AM are still around here as well. Look at the rankings, already 3 teams up into the 20s after just 2 matches. Crazy Sam knocked down, so is Gabba, Kendetsu. All that remains for Sun Sister. 4 angry men are running riot here in Los Angeles.
They're waiting for the right time to strike. They held the position, and now they're going for third parties to clean up their angles. They are looking to eliminate the Sun Sisters here. Kendetsu, good spray there, is going to get way less. Can he confirm it? No, there were some shots coming from his left. ZGG is going to prone right down. Kendetsu tries to pre-fire, is not able to land it.
He knows he's close by. That's why he was peeking and pre-firing, but he didn't know how close. Now he spots him prone. Double kill for Kendetsu, and Sun Sister up to 7 kills now, and they've just wiped out half of 4am. It's now down to just 2 angry men. Never mind. They might actually get a revive. I might have gone too early.
I thought maybe Wayless was going to go down here, but both teams are going to opt to trade the revives, but Angry Men do have the position closer to the circle. Let's not forget about Divine at the top.
Well, at first, he was actually running with Forever towards the Wheezy Tower. Then he thought, actually, you know what? If Wayless says it's a safe res, it's a safe res. They get him back up. But for Sun Sister, they get the revive on Crazy Sam as well.
Yeah, this is really nice play here from Sun Sisters. 4am continuing to control the middle of this circle. Can Divine find a way to spoil this? From the excellent play so far from 4am, some really good shot calling from them, some really good decision making overall. And yeah, God V, Wayless, same guy, they're back.
Sting Divine into the top 8 now with the points that have been tallied up for them. Can they find any more here? Wayless, though, got revived. Sun Sister may not be aware that he's actually held this position. He's just inside of the circle. Crazy Sam and Kendetsu need to keep moving forward. They basically have to move straight past him. And Forever and Xiaolu are going to have the angle as well. They're watching from that Wizzy Tower. It's going to be very tough. Oh, Kendetsu spotted him in the grass!
I was just about to say, how good is the Sun Sisters map knowledge? Very good. Kendetsu knew right where Wayless would be.
They knew they got the revive, and they knew that he would stay there. And now it is definitely down to 2 angry men. It's Forever and Xiaolu that remain. The crows are in hand as well for Forever. 3 up for Sting Divine, and so it's a 3 versus 2 versus 2 here for match number 2. Day number 2.
All right, here come the smokes, the last of them for Sun Sisters. A lot of utility spent, but are there any inside of this crate for them? Didn't quite to get to see if, okay, Kendetsu does find some more smokes here. You can see him. He picked them up in his hand, so that's a nice little find for them. They're going to be able to build a bit of a bridge for themselves with those. Lou trying to hold down the angle, and Divine just continues to try to hold the north side of the circle, maintain this ridge, and keep high ground advantage.
Well, Forever can't watch both angles. So they've got to decide, do they go and look towards Sting Divine or Sun Sister? 8 kills now for Sun Sisters. Oh, Kendetsu knocked down by Xiaolu. They needed that. Kendetsu's been the one that's got them even towards this scenario of a top 3 finish. I think this will be the end for Crazy Sam and Sun Sister. And unfortunately, their dream run comes to an end here in match 2. 11 kills now for 4am. And now find themselves in a 2 versus 3 with Sting Divine.
Well, I tell you what, the sprays have been really crisp from Lou and Forever. They're looking really, really strong. If they can find an early knock somehow onto Divine, they could absolutely win this 3v2. But Divine still has a bit of utility left. How much has 4am spent here? That's the real question, because they've been battling out for a little while now.
They have been. Utility would be low. No nades for Turtle. No smokes either. As we get that next circle pop, necessarily speaking, doesn't favor anyone too much, in my opinion.
All right, Levi's is going to try his last frag. It comes up short, but he's still got a couple smokes there. You can see Forever's got that ghillie suit, finding that crate that was on the back end, so that's a lot of nice utility, getting those level 3 vests, and he's got, oh boy, look what he's got in his hands, Xenox. That's a great gun to have at the end of this.
Certainly would be. If it gets close to it, there is a crate out in that field as well. The Toby eye tracking just to see how Forever is going to be scanning the field. Sees the smoke, spots the head of Levi's, but he can't take it off. It's Nicky who lands the shot onto Forever. Down to half health, goes for the quick heal. SLR with the 4 times is quite deadly, and now Turtle can move up because they know they're getting the heal on Forever. Xiaolu needs to help out here and probably push up closer towards Forever. He can't deal the 1 versus 2 by himself, or maybe he can. He's pretty good. That's going to be the final nade. No, never mind. It's a flash grenade thrown in. It might connect. He spots Xiaolu at the back of the Wheezy Tower. Well played from Turtle. Going to get the double as well. Yes, he can.
here shortly. Yeah, Michael already in vehicle.
Oh, like, QAM, this is not where you want to be going right now. 4AM has the trap set. Bullets starting flying on both sides of it. You see vehicles starting to bounce into each other. Easy's in a little bit of trouble as he does spin out just a touch. Damage is coming through. Look at that. 4AM gets run over. QM is just cutting through this saying, no, we want nothing to do with it. We're out of here.
Such a good camp set up, and in the end, they don't really get much for it. They get one down, and now they're going to have to turn around and get the fight going, but we'll check in with Liquid. W-Click pushing right on top. It looks like Ragnar is going to pull off of this. 4 Angry Men still taking shots at Ease.
They're quite angry right now. They want some vengeance back on that one. That was supposed to be their kill, and instead they get somebody knocked off of this. So position comes in. Easy did stop over next to 4 Angry Men, as well as the remnants of Lazarus in the similar position from this. Who's taking some long-range shots at him, still at range, connecting with it. Gonna at least make his life very hellacious and gonna have to drop down to his belly. Is he gonna be able to connect with this shot? It's just continuing tap. He has to use smoke and utility now. Waldo's now also on a hunt for Easy off of this. A little bit of damage back and forth.
Yeah, the Rumblers boys came in from the south side of Novo. Looks like they managed to come up and see Easy here. Nobody, no other of the lines of sight here. I don't know if they realize that this is basically a 4v1.
QM got the moral victory of making it across the bridge, but having to cut through 4AM separated them to the four corners of this island. So it's a lot of 1v4 fights that they're having to contend with. Easy's not having the easiest life right now as Waldo's still holding down. I think Cherry Poppin's starting to figure out, hey, there's only one guy shooting us, so let's just go for a high reposition off of this, and there's going to be nowhere for Easy to hide. Shots are now coming through. You can see the blue as well. Doesn't actually connect with that, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and pull away from this, get into a different position off of it.
Yeah, this is taking Rumblers way too long to deal with this problem. They have the positioning right. They did send Cherry up top. They sent Waldo down low, but nothing, no joy just yet. As Layla is going to try to find Forever, but Forever's going to get the better of him there.
4 Angry Men continuing their killing spree. These guys have been so violent in the early games. Waldo still trying to take down Easy. Finally does manage to get it. Gonna go ahead and flush that out. But Rumblers on the tail end of this rotation as well. We mentioned it earlier with Sun Sister. Whenever you're on the tail end of this due to a long fight, that's very problematic for your rotation.
2 hours later, Rumblers finally finishes off that fight. 4 AM, as you said, already in vehicles making their way in. Sun Sister finally making their way across the bridge. They still have 4 strong. They're running right past Luke. Luke,
he's
all
on
control. Foot. Yeah, he's just trying to stay alive here. I believe he might be he's the last one up here now for Lazarus once again. So trying to see if we can make it a little bit further here.
Desu.
Sun Sister.
Gotta be very careful. Down to 5 life. Runs over next to 4 Angry Men, and those guys are real mad right now. Still shots coming through. Can he manage to make it through it? No, he does get dropped off that motorcycle, so that's gonna be 1 down. Sun Sister now has to readjust off of that. Has to be cautious, but Luke's gonna catch out another one. That's 2 members of Sun Sister down.
I mentioned that Sun Sister might have been punching a little bit above their weight class in game number 2, and it looks like it's playing out not as much in their favor this time around. Rumblers going to get a little bit fortunate, make it past the Crow crowd as the new circle has popped, and we are going far west again. About 30%, maybe 40% at most playable here.
Still so much water inside of this, and it's also a very interesting point to play. There's that big hill that's just to the west of the military base. Crazy Sam finding himself in trouble. 4AM's going to go ahead and get that one as well. Sun Sister still reeling off of that late rotation, now down to just 1. Rumblers do manage to go ahead and stop around these airplanes that are wrecked off to the side of it, but everything's still further ahead. They are not yet inside the safe zone, so I guess they're just regrouping at that point.
See the rest of Athletico making their way across the water. They've already got Flood securing the compound for themselves, so nice little come up for them. Surprising that that compound that is actually pretty much dead center of this circle was still unoccupied at this point.
There's a lot of splits that are going on in the circle right now, and with 55 people still alive. Oh, Abisa gets spotted out. Vehicle's now rolling back down. James has to be very careful about that as he's looking back and forth. There's a lot of players at W-Click on this. You can see reinforcements from Team Liquid are coming around one side of it. Zilzin's trying to get the outside push on this, but EB does go down to the grenade. Zilzin trying to play low ground. As you can see, Team Liquid trying to hold the high ground. EB's just trying to get, EB's dead at this point. It's James that's trying to find the right angle for it, but it's all about W-Click playing around these trees. Has to be so careful.
Oh, And Genesis now going to get involved as well. It took a little bit of time for the Twins to come up over the top, Samty and Jempty, to provide James a little support, but that's going to be Indigo from range, getting both shots on both of those players. James now the last remaining player for Liquid as their struggles on Erangel continue.
And remember, it was Liquid that was gatekeeping out Force on this bridge, so Force is coming in late to this, but that provided the perfect angle to do so much damage at Team Liquid right now. We have WClick with so many members up and alive. James is just trying to figure out, okay, where do I go? He's got a couple, got one last smoke that he can use, but you can hear bullets are just landing down around him. He's getting shot from so many different angles right now.
8 health left. He does manage to get the heal off. Going to try to run up here. It looks like Jempty is going to bleed out. And the shot, can he break line of sight? Nope. Harold's going to come up over the top and find him, and that's Liquid out in 15th place.
Force in no rush now, playing the high part of the bridge and the low part of the bridge, trying to get a little bit more control over the situation. Long-range shots just connecting with WClick, as well as Low spotting out one of the members of 4 Angry Men. Going to go ahead and flush out Forever, and that's actually going to be a couple of shots going back and forth between them, as now 4 Angry Men only has 2 members up. Rumblers have the inside track, and 4 Angry Men isn't inside the safe zone yet. They have that little bit of a wall they can play, but that's just a death trap if they have to stay there.
Yeah, Southside's been going a little bit nuts here. Crow Crowd, you can see, was also coming around to get involved in that fight as well, but we're going to cut back to the north on the bridge. Silzen is going to get taken down by Xiao Yang. This is a good fight for Entis Force coming in here, and we see the circle has popped again, and Genesis now coming over the top, maybe feeding off of all of this.
They're back behind this. They're looking back down towards Force as well as WClick. They have the high ground, but they have to be so cautious on those peaks. Indigo is still making his way across the bridge. The other members are just trying to get any form of cover they can, so Force slow creeping around this. We do have Doya that's trying to make the cross off the side, but Kale does get spotted out. Got WClick's Ribbox still alive, taking the shots back down towards Doya. He is the last member, but he is going to get it down off of this. He's kind of holding the line for Genesis on the low ground right now, and Force is finding themselves in a lot of trouble. There's not a lot of terrain to play around, and they are not inside the safe zone. They have to push this direction.
Heck of a shot by Rybo there, and that's going to do it for WClick. Now Entis Force can turn their full attention onto Genesis, but
Detonator.
At this point, it might be too late.
Detonator's coming off the side of this. Look, Wicked is creeping up back behind Genesis. We see that they like to play this style. They like to get aggressive, separate out, get as much information as they can. They have another person playing that other hillside. So every time Genesis gets a little bit more aggressive on this, they have to be cautious. Wicked's still playing around this, trying to locate where are the shots coming from. Nerf. I think he's got an idea something could be going on. Wicked does spot, take a couple of shots, gets it down on one of the Genesis members. So now Nerf trying to figure out, okay, how do we recoil from this? We've got Force back behind us, and now we have Detonator on the other side. They're getting pincered in the trap that they set up themselves.
All right, cutting back down to the south, you can see TSM is taking the shots at 4 a.m. as they try to make their way across the street, but you got to figure at this point it's either going to be Rumblers or TSM picking this up. They actually make it into this building, get the down on the wall though, but that's going to be it. Cherry popping, picking up 2. That's 6 kills for Rumblers. They coming alive here on the south side.
We got plenty of Rumblers still inside this game. I wonder if there's any of them in chat right now, but we do have Force that's still trying to creep up along the side. You can see Genesis has said, okay, this is too hot. They've backed away. Force now has a little bit more space to play around, but look at these shots coming out from Indigo on this. This is so far away. He's still on the bridge. Look at the map right now, and he's just laying into Samty.
Just absolutely filthy. Absolutely filthy, but great shots. Unfortunately for the Liquid boys, that means that their day on Erangel is over. Gotta check back and see Rumblers now pushing up over the top. They're gonna find QM, and that's another team dead in front of the Rumblers.
Rumblers are just walking across the southern part of the circle and killing every single thing that they encounter. And I gotta say, they're racking up a ton of points. That's gonna do so much for them inside this leaderboard. But up towards the north, it's still very contested. We haven't necessarily seen the Freaks be very active yet as of the stage. They're playing back down towards the south, and nobody's really contested that area yet. But you can see it's all about what's going on up in the north right now. Genesis couldn't move too far away from their earlier position, so it has to be very cautious.
This is kind of vintage Fatal, though. They do like to kind of hang out, play it close to the vest. A little bit slower towards the early game, but then come late game, they start to come alive as you can start seeing they're making their moves towards the Rumblers. We check back on the north side here. Entis Force making their way into Circle. K-Mind has a nice little angle here on the Xiangyang. Not
That's
being
the
enough to get the
tail
down,
end.
though.
That's the tail end of the forced push on this angle. K-Mine's down on the lower part of this hill all by himself, and that's the angle that Force is wanting to go for. Everybody else from Genesis doesn't have the easiest rotation back to provide much support, and with the hills, those three members of Force could just come back up right onto K-Mine and make this a 3v1. New circle pops, and it's going to favor Atletico, AHQ, and Sting Divine. So a lot of these teams that are playing on the outside walls are going to have to make their way even further west.
All right, Entus Force does use Songjang. Doya now has moved up a little bit closer to the K-Mine compound. Nerf was providing him a little bit of support here. Detonator has not made a push to provide any or put any pressure onto Genesis just yet, but we're going to check back with the Rumblers fight. As we said, a Freak of Freaks Fatal starting to come alive, pushing into this circle from the south side.
They have the inside track on Rumblers right now. Rumblers has to figure out how they want to adapt around this. They've been killing a ton of teams by being the team that's getting ahead of them.
TSM.
Now, TSM joining in the party as well. Force still trying to make that push back over towards K-Mine, but he did get the drop on Doya, so that's going to go ahead and provide him a little bit more space. But Nerf is down as well. Profi's just trying to run back over towards these smokes, get the res. Indigo still holding that outside angle, and Detonator is still hearing this, and they have to walk along the same path.
Should be able to get that res, though. Indigo has to leave this tree side here. K-Mine has a nice little line of sight on him. Only 21 health. Yep, and that's going to do it for Entus Force. Genesis coming up with the win there, but Detonator has now repositioned to gatekeep this squad out.
So it's going to be very difficult for Genesis to make this push across. They've denied a lot of cover with that reposition from Detonator, so Detonator just has clean sight lines back, but K-Mine taking the shots back on that similar angle. Freaks still trying to hold out TSM and Rumblers, as Rumblers are just trying to take shots at TSM in their rotation. They're down to 2 right now. Los gets dropped as well, so now it's just Cherry Poppins that's holding that outside position. Freaks are still just trying to get inside the circle and try to gatekeep out TSM off of this position, and they're kind of separated out. They keep hearing the firefight more down towards the south, so TSM's moving around towards the north.
And there goes Genesis, as we said, picked off by Detonator. Detonator still 4 strong. They have great positioning. TSM going to try to wrap around this. A Freak of Freaks Fatal, not wanting to over peak this. They don't want to lose any for free, but in doing so, they've kind of lost track of TSM.
Whenever you're playing the eastern side of this circle, that means that you are gunning for kills. The teams that are playing towards the center, towards the safety, they're just wanting to go ahead and have a position that they can hold. But not a lot of kills. HQ hasn't been able to stack up much, neither has Atletico. But these guys on the eastern part of this circle are just constantly scrapping. Rumbler's getting eliminated there, as Cherry Poppins does get spotted out. But TSM and a Freak of Freaks Fatal are right up next to each other, trying to crest this hill, going a little bit of a peak battle.
Looks like AFF is going to pull off of this just a little bit. They realize TSM does have the better position here, but they can only pull back so far because AHQ is just downhill, sending shots at their rear.
Everybody's just trying to play this out, figure out, okay, it's kind of a cat and mouse game. So peek out, see where everybody's at, then go for another reposition, because you never want to peek the same spot twice. Not in this lobby. That is the easiest way to die.
5 4-man squads still up. AHQ is the only one with 3.
So we have AHQ that's holding that. Looks like a Freak of Freaks starting to reposition back down. Detonator and TSM starting to get sight lines back towards each other, but still kind of more of a difficult terrain back towards the east because that hill is still predominantly inside of play. But back down towards the lowlands, nobody really has those clear sight lines until they have to start moving into this circle. It's just going to be people cresting up, and you can see that's how come a Freak of Freaks is just trying to bounce from terrain piece to terrain piece while covering each other.
Looks like TSM, knowing that AFF is to their south, might be trying to wrap up to the north here. Little do they know Detonator is ready and waiting. Isco going to take the shots, and that's going to be Rory going down to Wicked and flushed immediately, as now Aqua 5 is traded out by Ira.
You can see there's just no cover along this path for either one of these teams. They know they have to annihilate. One of them has to come out as the king of this fight. Aqua 5 still down back behind that. Gustav managing to stay alive off of this, but he is cowering behind the thinnest tree I have ever seen inside of PUBG and somehow clinging to life.
All it needs is to block 1 bullet. That's all we need it for. Aqua 5 does get res. Detonator up to 6 kills now. Michael has made it across the street, but Gustav and Ira still have to make their way across.
Oh, got to be careful when you're throwing those grenades around those trees. Sometimes they can bounce off of those tree limbs and catch a different angle for it. See Detonator still just trying to hold this out. Isco's trying to see if he can go for a peek onto it, but there's just damage coming in from multiple angles.
There we go.
Nice grenade coming out from Michael. Going to go ahead and get the drop onto him. You can see TSM starting to feel more control of this fight, getting a little bit more aggressive onto it. Aqua 5 still looking around the lower end of this, but no clear sight lines back over towards TSM. This is a lot of utility being used by TSM, but they have got to do it. They have to figure out how they want to play around this, but that kill is stopping everything. Now shots coming out from Freaks as they're looking back on the similar angle for it. They have a line back over towards Detonator and TSM, and they see all those smokes.
Ira was absolutely huge in that push for TSM, but unfortunately the res do come out for Detonator. Isco looks like he might bleed out now as AFF just going to take shots through the smoke. Yeah, Isco has gone down.
Everybody can see each other in this valley
Yeah,
now. Once
rough.
these smokes start to dissipate and people run out of utility, it's just going to be shots going back and forth everywhere. Detonator still playing up towards the top of this, but you can see TSM still looking around for it. We have a freak Fatal that can look off of this angle, and everybody has to be so cautious. Everybody is just behind one, maybe two trees for the entirety of their team. Kari stepping up to one side of it, going for the spray, doesn't get the drop onto it, still just trying to hold back anything he can. Starting to move along this line. TSM now finding themselves in a rough spot as multiple teams are starting to take shots at him as their smoke dissipates, and yes, TSM is eliminated.
Unfortunate for the boys from TSM, but really what else could they do? They were pinned from every which angle. Athletico, you could see, trying to come in here and get a third party onto this, but they're going to get pushed back a little bit. But not before getting it down on Aqua 5.
He keeps getting dropped, and that just means he's going to take out even faster. So you can see Wicked tossing out the grenades, trying to get a little bit more space. Atletico's going to have to make a little bit of a push back over towards their last member. We've got a little bit of a building
push from AFF
play. So it's a lot of these teams starting to get aggro. They want those third parties. They want those kills. AFF starting to come back down behind this. Not playing it too aggressive as of yet, but the res is coming through. If you can see Freak spot this out, this is going to be easy kills. There's one, two down already. But the spin comes back around on the angle. Wicked's down, still on that low ground position, and really cannot provide the support he so desperately needs to.
Levi's from Sting Divine actually getting involved there. As we see NN and Shadow trying to pull off of this, they realize that they have now gotten into the line of sight of the Sting Divine squad. Wicked, can he get the res here? It doesn't look like it. That circle's pushing in. Hikari's probably just dropping some meds for him.
Looks like they just want to go for it, get the flush out, get that extra point. Pushes them up to 9 kills now. Getting a little bit feisty back down towards the south as it's going to be Sting Divine and HQ taking a couple of shots while we still have Afrika taking those shots back over towards Wicked. Not a lot of cover pieces to play off of, and there you go. Detonator's going to go ahead and go out in 5th place, but now you can see Atletico starting to spread out inside the circle, trying to get more control. All these teams are burning so much utility. Nicky's looking back over towards AHQ. Still, he's the only one that's still up for his team right now, and Shadow is just cutting a path straight over towards Atletico. Grenades starting to come out as they move into that range. That's one member from Atletico already down and flushed.
Yeah, Sting Divine was 4 strong, but seconds ago, but a combination of Atletico and AHQ has now run them down to just Nicky. He's got 26 health. Healing in the smoke. Afrika Freaks trying to move in here. They're playing the angles, staying out of the line of sight of Atletico for now. It's down to just 3 to the boys from Oceana.
Creep crawl right now. You can see Freaks just kind of a little bit more info. Nicky's holding that line, but he's going to go ahead and get dropped, and that moves us down to 3 teams remaining. AHQ back down towards the south, Afrika over towards the east, and Atletico with a big chunk that they're trying to hold down, but Extreme does get tapped off of this. He is right on the edge of the blue there, so trying to figure out what they can do. I think the Flood's trying to move into a position to see if maybe he can get in grenade range. Does manage to get Shadow down, and look, the moment he drops, Extreme starts going for the run on this. That's going to be Freaks getting taken down. Now it's Atletico looking back over towards AHQ as Flood has spotted them out.
3v3 set up here. AHQ finally having to leave their compound. They did take care of Sting Divine. They're trying to get into a spread formation here, but SR and CC already being taken out. You can see multiple lines of sight here as they are just trading shots back and forth. Nobody can get any flanking position here without the other team seeing them.
It's just clear sight lines back and forth. People playing around trees, trying to kind of reposition as much as they can without getting spotted, seeing if maybe they can get a different angle on the person hiding behind the tree on this. Nobody has control of what would be the center of the next circle as everybody, there's no terrain really that is easy to move through. So it's going to be the blue forcing these fights here in just a second.
CC, SR, Yan Lee haven't had the best of days so far today, but they were currently sitting in 8th place coming into this. Now they've set themselves up for a big win here on the last game on Erangel if they can pull it off. But Atletico, some strong, strong fraggers. We've seen what these guys can do at the GLL Slam. Can they pull it off here at PGC?
That's a confidence play. You can see SR sitting on the sniper rifle. I guess living up to his name. When your name is SR, I feel like you got to run the bolt at this point. But this is very close range. We'll have to see if it actually ends up capitalizing. As on the other team, it's DMRs. We have the ARs out. Everybody's getting ready for those close range fights. Extreme knows where SR is, but that's a very dangerous peak to take off the side of that as they'll make him vulnerable from the other players of HQ.
Ooh. One issue right now for Atletico is they have nothing but really soft cover. They've got angles that they can work and hills that they can play around, but the boys from AHQ have hard cover. They have the trees, they have the rocks. You can see CC getting taken down a little bit low, but he has somewhere that he can hide now to get that heal off.
All right, 10 seconds. The blue's going to start forcing everyone to move, and this blue is going to tick for a ton of damage. CC is probably the closest to the blue right now, and you can see Atletico trying to creep forward an extra foot or two to see if they can make sure that HQ moves before they do. Yan Li, I think, is probably the closest towards the center, but that also makes him in the most dangerous spot. Smokes are coming out everywhere on HQ side now. That's going to be a wall to provide more cover. They're starting to move in towards that centralized location. Yan Li's starting to feel a little bit more pressure as grenades are bouncing around him, but due to the smoke wall that's come down, CC's trying to get those shots off to the side of it.
Oh, that's
Yan
a good
Li
one.
still having to use that tree. Once these smokes start dissipating, he could be in a lot of trouble. He's just trying to get any grenade he can off, trying to stop the push coming out. Atletico still playing the high side, but now Yan Li decides he's going to go aggressive, try to walk up onto this. He's just going to walk up the side of the tree. That's going to be one of them. He does manage to get dropped. He's going to go for the flush. Now we're in a 2v3. Flood looking back over towards the tree. That's another one for Yan Li. Is he going to be able to stack up another one? Flood is all by himself now, looking back towards 3 members of AHQ. He is surrounded. The grenade's going to roll.
This is a Sun Sister that we've never seen before. And again, you know, looking at teams on the cusp, number 9 right now, Lazarus. All 3 of those teams, all with 15 points. The only thing separating them is total kills. Right now in 10th place, we have the Rumblers. In 11th, we have Genesis, both, and then Atletico in 12th, all with 14 points. So this is how close things are right here on the cusp line.
So here we go. We're making our way over towards Sandhawk. So let's go ahead and get that plane up and in the air. It's Sandhawk. I mean, you can drop wherever you want to on this, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's not far out.
I'll tell you who my eyes are on.
Huh.
Sting Divine.
Those guys,
Sting Divine has been coming to play today.
I'm going to be trying to see if Lazarus loses another member before the second circle finishes.
Yeah.
They've been having a rough go in the early game.
They've been definitely having the air angle for the early game was not so great for them, but we'll have to see if things turn around here. They are predominantly known as more of a Miramar team, so maybe the second half of the day will serve them better.
They actually performed quite well on Sandhawk as well, so we'll have to see how this plays out. Spread's coming through. A couple of teams look like they're making their way over towards the northwestern part of, well, northwestern island, I should say. Sun Sister doing a very large split. Look at that. They were spread all across this, but let's just go ahead and make Paradise Resort a feisty little place. We're going to have Lazarus and AHQ. Lazarus talking about the fact that they keep losing members early, dropping next to a team that just won a game. Not the good way to go.
Looks like they're actually bailing off of this too. Uncivil rather is going to get on out of Dodge. The rest of his squad providing him a little bit of support from range. Worth noting also, boot camp, all Genesis. Liquid has decided to go over on the western side of the northwestern island.
Oh,
and that's actually going to
okay.
pay off pretty nice for him.
Okay, players are going to start hating me because I like the evil circles, and apparently we get 2 evil circles to go here. So it's going to be way up towards the north with boot camp just barely being inside this circle. So a lot of water naturally to the north and also with the rivers.
Yeah, another team that that actually is going to be feeling pretty good about this. Look at Crow Crowd up there on the north side, all very, very split. They could find themselves coming up with a nice little stack of points here, find themselves back in the conversation. As we check in on Freak of Freaks Fatal, they're just to the south of Rumblers. Looks like they are going to be working south of this more so than through the Rumbler squad.
I love the way the Freaks play. They get very aggressive. They try a third party, and it's been performing for them, but it also causes a little bit of trouble as they often find themselves in a third party that follows the third party they started.
Yeah, you know, another interesting thing about this map, nobody in Painan.
That is kind of interesting.
Painan was
That's usually very contested.
Yeah, that was extremely contested yesterday. I believe we had FaZe and Tempo both kind of heading over towards that.
Silzen, you better be careful. Forever's just jumping around the top of these roofs on the hunt, looking for anything that he can spot. I'm pretty sure he's aware that somebody dropped next to him, so to be very careful. Did he spot him through that tree? You can see he instantly stopped off of it. Silzen's going to walk through this. This is going to be a vector and a bolt action to go back and forth to get this thing started. Silzen doesn't even seem to know. That's going to be one tap to get it started with. Now Silzen just playing back behind the tree. Look, Harold already on the move to come back over here and provide a little bit of support. Silzen has to be very cautious. He's going to go ahead and try to run to another rock. That's another hit coming up from Forever. Well, making his way down that hillside. But look, Wayless going to be coming back up behind this. Silzen's got reinforcements over towards the north, but it's going to be Wayless that's going to be coming over towards the west that could cause the biggest problem for him. Forever's playing this so aggressive, just jumping back down into his face. Not even a real big care on this. Now finally starting to hear the reinforcements coming. He goes, okay, now you got some friends. I'll pull back away from this for a second.
You had 2 chances to land a headshot there, Forever. You missed both of them. You got the body, so now you have to deal with the repercussions here.
Wayless has got that other position on this, so they could still choose to play this a little aggressive. The other 2 members of 4AM not in a position to really provide any reinforcement as of yet. So Silzen's kind of taking that back position. You can see everybody on double click is like, where's he even at right now? They're kind of trying to figure out where he moved to, but Wayless is playing this very patient, down, not trying to collect any information, just letting Forever pull away from this. And I like it, get a little bit of aggression out early, but Wayless thinks that he has the opportunity, takes shots over towards Harold, but does not get him down. The retaliation comes out big from Silzen there, so getting a little bit of vengeance back onto it. Meanwhile, it's North America versus North America. We never see this at internationals, but looks like Uncivil's going to try to retreat back away from this, and he was kind of separated away from the rest of his friends, but Wayless, you can see, does manage to take down and flush Harold in the kill feed.
Ooh, Civ just barely getting out of there in time, but he's going to have to stop and pull up at the rock now. Can he get support from the rest of his squad? It looks like Luke and Purdy are both content with staying inside of their homes. Uncivil is just going to have to be on his own right here. He does get a peek at H-Win there, but not going to take the shots.
Nobody else on Lazarus is really in a good point to actually provide any form of reinforcement for him, so he's probably just going to hang out here for as long as he can and hope that maybe Genesis decides to rotate somewhere else. Otherwise, him and this rocker are going to probably become friends for quite a while.
Yeah, you can tell Genesis not really wanting to take too much a piece of this either. As we see TSM Michael going to get the down onto Aqua 5 from Detonator. That's a fight going up on near the bridge.
This goes down as well. Gustav's trying to play a low position. He's got that Vector out in close range. Wicked's got the grenade up, trying to cook it as much as he can. And look, Gustav just runs into it. That's the way you handle a grenade. Just run it right by. That's some good play coming out from TSM as look at this. Detonator is on their last legs. They've got a lot of damage that's come out their way. Grenades go out to the wrong smoke. Molotov's just going to go ahead and take that one down. But you can see Michael's playing the backside of this, trying to find the outside angle for it. Aqua 5 does get some meds off, but now it's going to be Iroh walking down to this. One member of Detonator alive right now, and it's Aqua 5 who's just trying to cling to life behind that boat, and he gets dropped.
TSM is so damn confident right now. As you can see, they are just pushing into everything, and they just made Detonator, one of the best teams in Korea, look like an absolute joke. Force
Lose 2 members to
going
QM very, very quickly, and now they're just trying to run away. Headshot connects onto Kale, trying to make it along that hillside, but now it's just Doa in a really bad spot.
You can see Easy just kind of looking over the top, see if he can spot out ahead from Doya. Not going to peek that. Those we take the replay from 4 Angry Men's Forever. Can he get a shot on it? Oh, that's a quick scope on Harold. Nice.
Rid of it. Starting to see a little bit more bolt action come into play. We were expecting a lot of DMR, but a couple of these players just feel it's really strong right now and trying to commit over to it. And so you can see guys from Liquid, they heard this fight going on. Looks like they're contemplating third-partying it. Finally getting themselves into a position, trying to catch TSM in the exact same spot that Detonator was just a second ago. There's not a lot of cover to be had on this. Look at the split coming out from Liquid. Nice shots coming out from James. Going to go ahead and force Iroh back behind that hillside.
Yeah, it kind of makes you kind of wonder if Drassel's performance yesterday on the bolts for Ghost might have opened the doors a little bit for some of these other teams to give it a whirl. We see Rory is operating with the M24 there.
I like this. They have Iroh just trying to provide a little bit of reinforcement. A couple of repositions coming up from Team Liquid trying to get higher ground. Gustav does get spotted out, crawling through that smoke, but he is not long for this world as he's just going to go ahead and go down there. So now, somebody's excited inside there. I think that was the retaliation kill coming back over. For
now Liquid's got 2 points. We can get twice as excited as we have been.
You're going to go there already, for
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
All right, so we got a fight breaking out. Got Kale under fire here. He does get raised off, but Kale's in a lot of trouble. He's just trying to bounce from tree to tree. QM is trying to hold him back right now. 4 Angry Men's back behind this as well if they choose a third party, but I'm probably going to bisect around it. Kale's got to be so cautious. Another grenade lands back behind him, but now he's just kind of going for the peek. Every single peek, he just gets retaliation. Nice shot coming out. That's what you need in this position, but there's so many members of QM around these 2 members. That's going to be a grenade that takes them down. Now down to 1. Force is now finding himself in a very difficult position. What do they choose to do at this point? And Sting Divine's in a boat. They've just opted in like, hey, you guys all fight over this. We're just going to go ahead and hang out. Just looked back down towards the beach. And
sure, why not?
There goes Kale. Sunset's taking a couple shots as well.
I mean, you got an AFF is still down at the very south part of the map in the blue, so a lot of
okay. We see you, Sun Sister. I like it. That's some nice connecting shots. Go ahead and pick themselves up a kill.
He shot him from space.
It really did. This is like artillery being called down around Sting Divine. They're like,
the boat is on fire.
Doya is moving into an aggressive position over towards QM. We talked about, this is a long wait that they're having to do.
They know he's here.
How's he going to do this? He's laying down. They have to assume he's right on the other side of this rock. And I think that they realize, no, let's play this a little bit safer. Trying to move around. Gonna walk in the line side. Gets one of them. Can't get anything else. Does not manage to complete the flush. Gets enough damage off to at least make him sweat, though.
Super close. He almost got the flush off there on easy, but unfortunately, just 1 bullet too short.
Oh, hey, Sting Divine. Guess who's that? That's right next to you. That's going to be Sun Sister, and that's feeling pretty good and hanging out in that position now. Sting Divine did manage to get themselves into a nice spot, but that split coming out from Sun Sister is what actually got them that kill. You can see that there's 3 members here, but they have Kendesu way over towards the northeast that was playing along the coastline.
Yeah, I mean, the shots from Kendesu were the ones that, I mean, he almost blew up the damn boat. I mean, he was landing everything with that QBU. I mean, we talked about the QBU yesterday about how these teams, have such a high opinion of it, and you can see why, as they are just lasering people.
So Sun Sister, I think that they're aware of where Sting Divine stopped at based off of the information from Kendesu. So he's still just trying to encroach in that area, trying to contain them. You can see, look at this. This is just a trap waiting to be sprung the moment that Sting Divine has to move. There is no access point out for them unless they opt into swimming, and then they're as good as dead.
Yeah, this is peak Sandhawk, really. Just players lying prone on the hillside, waiting to see if they can see any hint of audio cue or head.
Looks like Turtle has an idea that maybe something could be going off on some of these different angles, but they're playing this so defensively, they're not getting a lot of information. So if they move out of this point, they feel like, okay, we took the long rotate around, somebody took some shots at us, but we're safe. We're on ground now. They're still a little bit hesitant looking around. And I told you,
the rock.
Man, okay, has he named that rock yet? At this point, they're just like best friends. Did he drop his backpack too? They're just hanging out. This is just his home. What's funny is 2 of the Genesis members actually have moved past him, so you can see he's actually surrounded by Genesis right now.
Yeah, that was a move that happened just recently. Is now Liquid's going to be trying to push into TSM. Iroh going to take a few shots over the top, but he's not going to find it. He's going to try to pull off of this as Rory and Michael are in a position to really get some support.
This is too late. Iroh's just going to get sprayed down. Lots of damage coming back towards him. He's not going to get knocked out of the vehicle as of yet. Manages to use the hillside. Shots are going to be coming through, provide a little bit of cover for him, so somehow he makes it out of that. I thought he was dead.
Rory saved his life. That was clutch shots there coming from his teammate. You see Iroh going to get down to about half health. He's going to go ahead and heal up with Michael.
Okay. Man, nice headshot coming out from Michael there. Team Liquid, they're in some trouble right now. I don't know what's going on with it, but they're getting shot from Rumblers back behind them. They have TSM up in front of them. There's not a lot of places they can play at this point. Rumblers have a good sign line back behind them. You can see they've already had to drop smokes. They're moving vehicles out. Jimpy's just playing back behind that tree right now. This is full-on damage control coming out from Team Liquid as they're just trying to get away from this and at least get to some safe point.
Where are my Bolt boys? In the chat, we can see them. They're showing up in the kill feeds and the knock feeds. As we see the Rumblers still taking shots over it towards Liquid. Look like Liquid should be able to get out of this.
Well,
now it's empty though.
I think TSM's looking back down towards him right now, like, you know, hey, maybe we can get this. There's at least going to be another. Sting Divine decided that they were going to go ahead and walk towards Sun Sister, but we were going to let you know how that was going to go down, and I don't think that you missed much except for a nasty bloodbath of death and destruction. But all right, so you got TSM's Rory looking back over towards the top of this hill, down towards Jimpy. Knows that there might be somebody here, but with the vehicle moving, they might not know that one's sitting there. Oh, Rumblers, they're going full on Navy SEALs right now. They're just swimming back down behind this and waiting to pounce. And with this fight being so close range, I don't know if anybody, look, you can see it on the minimap right now. Nobody's really looking that direction. Finally, I think they glanced that direction and might have spotted him out. 4AM has one member down up towards the top of the hill, and it looks like a Freak of Freaks Fatal might be going aggressive.
There we go. The shots coming out from AFF. They push forever behind the rock, forever going to take that Car 98 shot back out there. That grenade's going to come well short there.
Okay, we talk about profiling sometimes when you're at the top of a hill. We have Forever standing on top of a rock with not a care in the world, just taking those shots back down towards a Freak of Freaks Fatal right now. That grenade lands, forces Style to move away from the res and instead go over next to the rock and try to go for meds. Lampu's just trying to crawl to safety. The Blues coming in right back behind him. 4 Angry Men has the high ground position onto a Freak of Freaks Fatal right now, and that's... I mean, just run. No, he's just going over there and grabbing meds, being like, thanks, bro, I'm out of here. You will not die in vain, and just trying to get away from this position.
RIP. And we see Sun Sister actually wrapping around from the north side here. Check in on the Rumblers. They have made landfall. Liquid Jimpy going to try to send a few shots their way. Microfry is going to get taken out by a nice shot from Avitha. Is Jimpy going to take a few more shots before having to make his run? Cherry popping you down to 5 health.
The Blue's going to get him. He doesn't have a chance to get him.
He doesn't have any more. Oh, he doesn't have any more stims going.
He's trying to get it off, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Nope. He goes ahead and goes down.
Oh,
now,
man.
The other 2 members of Rumblers did go south of Team Liquid, so it looks like they were trying to catch a trap off, maybe expect Team Liquid to move, but they did not. They just firm defended there, and Los just trying to use a little bit of that bridge for cover.
Cherry's stim dying off at the actual worst time, but that's good news for Liquid here as Jimpy has now picked up two free kills.
You know who favors the circle the most right now? Uncivil, because he still doesn't have to move away from his rock.
I mean, the whole rest of his team is just completely abandoned. I mean, so you know what? You like that rock so much, we're going to leave you there.
All right, 4 Angry Men got themselves 2 kills, walking along next to Athletico. They've got Freaks back behind them. Sun Sisters back onto the north of a Freak of Freaks, so it's going to be a pretty congested point as a lot of these teams are going to be funneling along to a similar location. You can see the HQ Lazarus already posted up over there, as well as Crow Crowd. Shots now coming over towards Athletico. That's going to be an easy down and flush coming out for 4 Angry Men. Pushes them up to another kill. Now Athletico's like, okay, how do we play this? But keep in mind, Sun Sister is still back behind this on the other side of Athletico.
And they were trying to play the ridge line just below 4 a.m. to see if they could get away with it, how long they could get away with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be too long, as now Athletico is going to have to turn their attention back towards Sun Sister. But they still are well outside of circle right now, so they have to finish this fight quickly.
Sun Sister taking the shots back down towards them. And just like you were saying, Poro, this is going to create another stall for all of these teams. It's just a wall of teams trying to get into safety as they don't want to be taking this blue damage. And it's so hard. You can see Freaks are like, okay, where do we go? We can't move in this position anymore. Now trying to circle back around towards the north. But that's a much longer rotation. That's going to be Samty getting dropped by Iroh. Man, TSM and Liquid are just after each other right now. And Genesis taking a couple of shots. Stream trying to hold the angle. He's going to get dropped off as Sun Sister continues their push right up into Athletico.
I think Flood might be the last one up now for Athletico here. Nope, Zoidmate's still up. Yeah, well, it's... Of course, we have the two orange teams fighting each other, because why not? Freaks looks like they're going to just dip on this all together, try to come around the backside of Tapmok here, but W Click might have had eyes on him.
Nice reposition coming out from Zoidmate, getting up on top of that. But here comes the push in from Sun Sister. Spray onto one. He does get the drop onto him, but now outside and in the blue zone, it's going to be Flood that's along the outside of this. Is he going to be able to spot the reposition off of 4 Angry Men, still making their push along a similar angle? That's going to be Sun Sister getting eliminated as everybody is just waiting. 4 Angry Men is just taking some shots into this as well. So Athletico is going to die for all that trouble, and that's more kills going back over to 4 a.m.
Mutually assured destruction, as 4 a.m. was in a perfect spot to gatekeep all of this. They had nobody really aggressing upon them. As you can see, AHQ just to the south in a compound, Lazarus in a compound. Everybody's very comfy in their current spots.
I need to get some Fs for Poor Uncivil. Finally got spotted out. Him and his rock forever together from this point forward. But we've got QM looking back over towards AHQ. 2 members of Team Liquid still alive, and 1 member of the Rumblers still alive as well. So there was a lot of fighting back over towards the west. New circle has popped, and it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we actually got 2 up for the Rumblers, as Los has managed to make it into the south side of the compound. Waldo has his own little spot here, so North America still very well represented in this circle. Lots of compounds inside the circle. And again, we talked about them earlier. Crow Crowd still 4 strong up there in Tapmok.
But everybody has been fighting around Crow Crowd right now. They haven't had a chance to get in on the fun as of yet. But there's a lot of teams that could be encroaching along that sight line. There's Crow Crowd and Lazarus right next to each other. QM hasn't started their move in because I think that Genesis has been taking those pot shots at him and really slowing them down. And now they have 4 Angry Men pushing another side. So there's 2 teams that are kind of pincered between these points and trying to figure out, okay, how do we do this? AHQ is trying to find some weak point that they can start to make some type of push. Get some shots over towards Wayless. I guess they figured that's as good as they're going to get. So now going to go ahead and start making that push over towards QM, but QM heard those shots, already looking for the angle and just waiting behind these rocks. They have to move away from the blue themselves, though.
Oh, that was going to be a really tough push for HQ. I figured QM actually had a good spot, but they're going to turn Arayan from it, and that's going to be GYY going down. He's going to try to take the shot back. Milk is going to get him, though.
Nice shots coming out from QM. They're just trying to hold the line now back towards AHQ. That's another member of AHQ down. Just 1 pushing back over towards this. That's going to be SR trying to creep his way forward. Nobody's inside the safe zone as of yet. There's still 4 members of QM looking back over towards this angle. Spray's going to come out, and AHQ gets eliminated.
QM clutching out that fight. Really well played by them. So we see 4 Angry Men going to take a few shots. Wayless gets taken extremely low here by Genesis. Genesis finds them all out in the open, and this could be a nice little pickup for them.
Everybody got caught in those fights off to the side. Genesis is fighting a ton of different teams right now, finding themselves in a little bit of a pincered location themselves. TSM taking a couple of shots, but that's actually going to be Crow Crowd taking the shot back over towards Michael and gets the drop onto him.
Yeah, Liquid down to just Samty now. Profi got the down on Abisa, but it was stolen away by TSM. But now look, oh no, Samty gonna try to stay alive for a little bit longer.
He's got himself a pretty safe spot. I mean, Profi can sometimes decide to charge out somewhere. New circle pops, and it does favor TSM and to a degree Crow Crowd. All these teams still back over towards the east, going to have to move yet again, and the bloodbath continues. But look at TSM sitting on 9 kills and pretty happy right now.
TSM looking great right now as Lazarus looks like they try to push out of their compound to go get involved with 4 a.m. Samty going to stay alive for right now as Profi doesn't want to push up too far and risk going down and
you know,
getting
Profi
flushed.
wants to.
Oh, he wants to so bad.
He wants to, but
yeah, now Kmon's coming over. He's going to say, okay, like,
here
this is a solo up here. We got to clear the snake out. Let's do it together. Make sure that we don't
Now, the
up a
problem
free
with this
point.
is this is going to put them in a vulnerable position over towards TSM if this takes too long. So they're starting to realize, okay, we've just got to make the push if we're going to make the push. But it's so dangerous in Sandhawk whenever you're making these pushes up onto it. Looks like they've decided to opt away from it, already assuming maybe the reposition has come through. That could be very big for Samty, as now he could just pop up right back behind Genesis and get a couple of knocks off of it. He's going to hear the shots starting to come out back and forth now. You can see Rory starting to get into aggressive position as well. And yeah, Samty's starting to get a little bit more aggressive in his positioning now, not just hiding back behind that rock, realizing he might have an opportunity here very soon to at least pick up another point. So slowly creeping along the blue. He should have a sight line onto K-Mine in just a second. But Wins, H1 sees him off to the side, trying to go for the spray onto it. Does get knocked down. Gets a second one. He's down the blue. He has to be cautious, but no, he is going to go down.
But he might have just ruined Genesis's day here, as he got 2 of them, and now look at this. Rory's going to push over the top. He's got to be paying attention to that kill feed. He's coming over a little bit quietly. H1 going to come over the top to see if he can maybe prevent the push. Does he see him?
Rory goes for the spray back over to it, and a grenade polishes it off, and Genesis just gets wiped off the map.
In the end, Samty helping out his regional teammates in TSM as they stay alive. And CC, Crow Crowd, still 3 up. Purdy Curdy has gone down, so it is an all-EU final 2.
Exactly. It's going to be a 3-on-3. TSM hot and ready to go, as they have been murdering the world on their path to this point. Crow Crowd been able to relax a little bit.
13 kills
Looking
for
on this
TSM.
TSM is they're just, look at that. Iroh sitting on 6 right now. Crow Crowd does have themselves 4 kills to play with, but they did just have one of their members drop down due to the blue. He's trying to figure out where is he going to go, trying to use the smokes. That's another one down. Look at Rory's just waiting for him. Already in nice position, just waiting for Crow Crowd to move out of this spot. Up on top of the rock. But look at that. That's going to be some nice shots coming through, but it is
over them.
A Gen G style situation could potentially be on the cards, right? We saw it yesterday, the final game, Gen G 13th position, and yet they pulled out a 20-point game to clutch it out, as we are going to be dropping out of the plane very shortly here for match number 5 of day 2 with group number 2. Will Team Liquid turn things around on Miramar? We are about to find out as we start to drop out.
Instantly, we will see Liquid out of the plane, boots on the ground, trying to get out early. The knock-on effect of Genesis being in their home turf on several maps here, it's definitely shown. It has to be said, this is one of the main reasons and main factors. It's not their individual ability, it's not their teamwork, it's not their communication. It's the fact that they have to reposition. They're playing a different game than what they normally would have to in the PEL. Their home turf has been removed from them. North America has definitely done its damage in the back.
Yeah, Lazarus as well, keeping an eye on them. Thought they were going to go Hacienda, potentially dropping on 4 a.m. Maybe they've rethought this. 4 a.m., as you said, and put it kindly, they're through already. They can kind of just mess around a little bit if they want to, but Lazarus, a lot to play for. I don't know if they would want to be hot dropping, and from the looks of it, they will not be contesting 4 a.m.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way, all right? We've still got 2 games of Miramar to go. You have AHQ currently on 30 points. They're in 4th position. You run that all the way down to 13th, which would be Crow Crowd. They're 15, literally 15 points, splits 4th and 13. It wouldn't be PUBG if we didn't have it in this scenario of a qualification process. Anything can happen. It will come down to the very final game of who we take through to the semi-finals, and unfortunately, who drops down to elimination.
Yeah, and I think you would probably find as well here at Miramar that it might start off slow. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a very passive style coming out early on. You know, long-range encounters is obviously extremely common. The Balties have been also very common throughout PGC so far. You recall that Card 98 buffed on this patch, and we're seeing a lot more of it. But what a perfect map for it to be utilized.
Yeah, a slight nerf to the M24 and a slight damage increase on the Car 98. The level 2 helmets, they're no longer removed in PUBG, so they're not as impactful early game. You used to be able to just remove them from someone's scalp. And we've said before, it's not about necessarily the knocks when it comes to those. Yes, you can get a really good knock and it's good, but later on in the game, if you start removing utility from a team, you start taking away their helmets, you start taking away their chests, even forcing them to use their bandages, their meds that they've got for the later game, even to the point that you have to commit them to use smokes if they're coming out of the building. You can remove that from them. Well, people are still flying, but you know, nevertheless, hey, well, welcome to the party. Eventually, at least you get a bird's eye view. Who else can? I mean, this could be a 9,000 IQ player for all I know, and he's just scouting later on to see who's coming this way. But nevertheless, with sniper rifles, there is a tremendous difference in which way you use it. SLRs, Mini 14s, the DMRs are still pound for pound 10 times better than the sniper rifle. But if you have someone like Drassel, who is going to hit the world every single time, you need to be a player that is going to hit the bullet time for time. Otherwise, you're a deficit to your team.
Well, we saw it actually on Sandhawk with Forever and that quick double tap with the Car 98 and how it can be so effective, but it's also sort of the backup to the DMR, like you're saying. If someone on your team's got a mini and you're starting to land those couple of shots, all it will then take is one faulty shot to land. As we do have our circle, it is on the eastern side of Miramar, favoring, I mean, Entis Force, QM are kind of around the center here, but it's that west side that is going to be quite heavy. The eastern side's probably going to be more open. If it does continue to shift, like Impala way, I think you could maybe find a couple of teams will sort of fat wrap either the south going out to the east, north going out to the east, whereas the west is where we're probably going to see a lot of congestion, maybe around like Minas Graveyard by the time we get to the end of phase 1.
We shouldn't see too many pull-ups. I wouldn't expect to see any really until around Circle 4, Circle 5 at least. It should be a nice, quiet and peaceful game. Generally, that's how Miramar will play out. You touched on the sniper rifles. You can get a scope, maybe go for those long-distance shots, but overall, if you're playing from the edge, you're just going to give away your positions. There's no real reason to do it. You might as well get a mini or an SLR if you want to run some 7.62 and wait until people scout a little bit closer. There's many open areas that you can take control of and essentially bottleneck teams. It's the one strong factor of Miramar and how good Miramar teams play. This is they have a bottleneck and put a stopgap on where teams can rotate. You pick a spot that's a very open area that they have to transfer across. You either kill them as they go by or essentially kill them as they have to pull up because there's so many open areas. It can be treacherous. The whole land in itself, when it comes to vehicles, yes, we have had vehicle adjustments, better handling, more damage that can be taken, but still, the areas that you do have to go across, the Rocky Mountains, the rough hillsides, it can be a really, really sloppy rotations, and that only adds to the pressure if you have teams waiting and gatekeeping you on arrival.
Not too many teams probably want to be getting into a gatekeeping position this early on. It's either center or coming in late in terms of how the current map currently looks like. Nice headshot land from Gustav. It's been TSM's day, and when it's your day, it continues probably on all maps.
He's flipped that. That's I think that's 2 flips back to back, essentially.
Tires are going to be popped anyway, so get punished for that. But Genesis do get to their position just near La Bendita. That's what Michael pulling up to the compounds just to the north. Just on the outskirts of La Bendita. It's a decent spot here for Genesis, and of course they're in 9th position right now, so don't want to be losing vehicles and having things go against them on Miramar, at least for match 5. You don't want to be going into that final game in a bottom 8 position with that added pressure.
Yeah, TSM probably were looking towards that one. It's not the, out of the 2 positions that you look between Genesis and TSM, it's not the best one for TSM, and maybe they go for the reposition. I'm already seeing Gustav looking elsewhere for the simple fact that you are at the foothills of the La Bendita crater, so people can lock you in, essentially. You are in a big open ball area, and you're not in the crater, but it's just as much because uphill, that's all it is. There's going to be towering buildings that are looking down upon you. A few of them, you know, few and far between, but still, it's not the best place that TSM want to be. They will go for a split, and they'll hold Genesis stop-gap for them. Need to be careful coming off the main road. I'm already seeing SDV on transfer. ENF's also just kicking it in the distance. AHQ to their right-hand side. Teams yet to make an entry point on this one.
Whoa.
Sun Sisters all the way out in Pozo. And not only you making a bit of a noise there because you're seeing a crate drop in, but I'm sure it always makes you a little bit, you know, happy when you see your boys picking up something good.
I just feel like it's that sort of gun, regardless of who's picking up. On Miramar, it's a gift, and it's something that any team would certainly want to be picking up this early on the AWM. Team Liquid actually just north of Al-Azhar, pushing in for the long rotation. I would be surprised to see Liquid play it slower here. Try and just survive, look for position inside of the zone, maybe coming in late. Maybe try and play it more on their terms, starting fights, rotating in, rather than being pushed on.
So remember, there is now a points game kind of in, you know, there's always a points game in PUBG, but we're coming down to a point where these are the last 2 games of today. It's only a best of 6. So for instance, the knock-on effects can be catastrophic. If TSM, for example, take out Genesis, that halts them in their position where they were. They were out of the top side of the top 8. And then Liquid will say, well, you know what, maybe we can capitalize on this. Maybe we can take full advantage, pick up some points, get a bit aggressive. But you touched on it perfectly. They are going to play slow. They are going to play passive. I just hope they don't play scared, because other teams will pick up on that. And you think, you know what? If they're just cowering inside their little houses...
I don't think they play scared. I'd say I agree that passive and methodical, and just maybe change their approach up. Scared's a bit... probably not Liquid style.
No. But if other teams kind of feel that that's what they're doing,
yeah, that's
they think,
true.
You know what, let's just get stuck in, and then you're like, oh God, there's people knocking at my door. Where do we go? What do we do? They'll, for now, take the Eastern Coastal Road. I believe they're just lingering on the outskirts of Al-Azhar. There are 2 players. James is miles away out in the blue, to be fair. It's going to be a slow one.
I mean, Liquid have got to be smart enough that they look at 8th position as that gatekeeping spot. It's Sun Sister right now, 22 points. That's only 14 points to gap if we're looking at the total rankings here. That's
It's doable.
That's a win and 4 kills, and you're tied.
That's the thing. You have to, it's not just the wins. Even if 2 wins will only still bag you 20 points. Yes, it'll throw you up there, but you're then relying on other people playing horrendously and doing bad.
Yes.
You are going to have to pick up some frags along the way. Circle's pretty kind to them. It'll be a clear northern area, so maybe they don't go too deep. They kick it where they are, take residency in a better position, maybe just somewhere with a bit more line of sight. Down south, though, oh, it's going to be messy.
Oh, Gustav pushing in past Milk. Milk landed quite a few shots. Gustav survives on the bike. He's able to get the first aid kit off now as he pushed into Minas Generales. Milk in a 1v1. He obviously gave away his position, and the rest of TSM are coming in pretty hot and heavy. AHQ will back him up at the warehouse, I believe, but it's a matter of, can TSM catch out Milk first? He's actually going to run back towards CC. That's a smart play. I think he realized he had his opportunity, didn't quite capitalize, and now makes a run for it.
Gotta be careful they don't run into the open arms of 4 AM. I'm seeing him on the map kind of bouncing back and forth, a little bit undecisive here. It looks like they're going to regroup and maybe go towards the TSM. I think TSM have thought they've scared them off, so there's potential for a rude awakening. Take a bigger arms reach inside. SR and Yan Lee just trying to find a better position. QM eyes on the prize directly in front.
Headshot.
The headshot's there. Gustav gets caught off guard. This is what I mean. I think,
wow.
I generally think TSM thought they left. These two decided to run away, bait them out, and then fall back. And it's, it's lost them a player, unfortunately.
I mean, TSM not sweating, 56 points, so they can afford to make mistakes. They can afford to live and let learn for these final 2 games of Miramar. And just Force, they're not safe, that's for sure. But Kale picking up the elimination onto Ragnar from W-Click. That will get them the early point. 2 early deaths now as Rory looking for revenge. The trade, CC. Oh, he actually is able to stand up there, and that gets the knockdown onto CC. Well played from Rory. Can he get the second? Has to reload. He's got Iroh for backup. The dynamic duo continue to dominate for TSM, and AHQ Esports Club are down to just Yan Lee and SR. They're sitting in 4th at the moment on 31 points. If they go out here with 0, they might just be a tiny, tiny bit nervous going into the final game. As Misa's eliminated for Crow Crowd, Profi for Genesis by ZGG. Michael and the rest of TSM take out SR, only Yan Lee remains.
There's a bit of a knock-on effect here for Genesis. By taking that small fight, all right, you've killed one player, but now they're in a bottleneck. They're up against the white, and 4EM knows exactly where they are. They can hold them dead to rights. 4EM's in quite a wide split, so if one of them does go down, it would be treacherous to go for the res. So they might not push this aggressively and just be disciplined, sit back, watch it all unfold. They've got a good foothold here for the next circle pop wherever it goes. The Rumblers have just rumbled in and arrived on time. Clean entry point for them, took the full road straight through the middle. Luke 12 has just copped eyes on them, has found a few shots, but they are going to be safe. Don't worry about them for now. Liquid spread 2-1-1. Taking one of the main compounds, a small stop gap just to the right-hand side with Jempty, Sampty, and Jeems all on one. Sun Sisters are above them in the hills. Freak of Freaks all the way on the eastern side. They do have Detonator lurking behind them, and I don't think they have that level of information how close they are.
I think a Freak of Freaks, though, would be the team that could potentially pinch onto Team Liquid. If they keep pushing in towards Abiza's location, then Sun Sister, you can see it on the map, along with the Freak of Freaks, maybe even Athletico Junkyard, could actually pinch Team Liquid, and they might find themselves in a horrible position. But there's that circle for phase 3, goes back down south towards Rumblers. Lazarus as well in a decent position. Atletico are able to hold Junkyard for now. They're now on the north side of this circle. I think you probably stay here. Too risky to move, and while there are a lot of teams up north, they might be able to find a couple of knockdowns or kills in rotation. Liquid are going to have to move, and a Freak of Freaks might actually push down to Detonator, like you said before, just over North Impala.
Rumblers are in one of the strongest positions on this map right now. We had a lot of circle finishes because of how they do tend to now and again roll down the hillside. There's a bend in the road. It's quite open and brazen. I'm seeing TSM pulling up onto one of the members from AHQ. 4EM are also reading the same compound. They want to come closer to where the Rumbles position are. You'd expect a lot of people to start magnetizing towards that area. You've got all these really rough terrain areas. Some essentially where the circle just physically cannot go due to the terrain.
Ooh. Well played from Yan Lee, but that's all he's going to get, outnumbered.
See, I know it's easy in hindsight for us to say this, but small kind of clearing, so to speak, and working as a unit in rolling waves, not to get, and you can go for the refrag instantly rather than getting the flush. Yes, they pick up the point, because when you're alone, Ranger like that, you are going to go for the insta-kill. You want that point. But now they lose one. Michael's down as well. 4EM actually might make an aggressive push on this. They'll have seen that one person's already fallen. They've got the knock. And honestly, they smell blood. They might just take this out, take the advantage, and really annihilate TSM.
It's not just to wipe out TSM, it's for the compound as well. So it's really 2 birds with 1 stone forever. Whereas at the first nade, in fact, it's his only nade. 2 up. They got the revival of Michael. He's able to heal up 2. Rory's playing pretty well. It's a 2 versus 4. Well, he's going to be tagged. It's actually third party. Lazarus and Rumblers shooting at TSM makes it very difficult, makes it even more easier for 4EM, and the Molotov is going to go inside. That's going to probably be more than enough to flush out Michael and Rory out to the back of this building. The nades are in, and it's going to get the knockdown onto Rory. Michael is low, and that will be the end of TSM. 15th position, but as we've kind of alluded to, they've done the job for the day.
Team Liquid Slow and steady wins the race, but they've got to be careful. Detonator is on both sides of them. Wicked here, waiting to strike. Trigger discipline for now. 2-3 players go by. They leave James, last man standing, takes him out. Now he needs to turn on the rest of them. Will get the call for the rest of his teammates that he needs support. Wow. He's woken up the bear. The rest of them are here. There's only 2 players standing. And a Freak of Freaks from across. They will give support here. They'll be able to help them out, but Liquid once again in a very treacherous and sticky position.
You can almost count out Liquid in terms of avoiding the elimination stage if they do get eliminated right here, and you kind of feel like they're stuck in a hole. Jempty on 4 health is able to get off the first aid kit, but for how much longer are they going to be able to survive? Aqua 5, nice knockdown onto Shadow. It is a mess out to the east, and in 40 seconds that blue is going to start moving. We got phase 4, it's going to be a feed onto Rumblers.
I think for the rest of the teams over there, it's just time to get stuck in, because honestly, all the rest of the teams will be getting a good solid foothold in the circle.
They're getting these revives.
They're allowed to because everyone else wants to get in. It's as simple as that. A Freak of Freaks eventually will say, you know what, we're miles away from this circle here. We're up against the blue Krakon, and the same goes for Detonator. They all have to move in. It's looking at your next fight and not this one in front of you. Do you want the points, or do you want to play for placement? Honestly, I think you should be going for placement this stage in the game. You can already hear in the distance, you do have this fight which is on your screen. W-Click enters Force. They did get pulled up on. W-Click initially holding down, but enters Force are here in numbers.
2 kills for W-Click. 9 total points in 15th position, a crucial fight, and against a very injured OGN enters Force. Kale, Songjang, all that remain. Harold trying to clean this one up. Kale holding the angle, might be able to get this knockdown onto Harold. He continues to jump and peek, but right, Rebo's got the knockdown with the nade. And well played so far from W-Click as they're defending their compound, but look who's just rocked up. It's Team Liquid. James driving by. Seongjung's actually not here for Enters Force. He's further south of this compound, so it's about to be Team Liquid and W-Click.
They've got to commit to it because this compound is not inside the circle. So they have to go for this because kill them out and then walk through, and then you can maybe try and stay alive afterwards.
They just rocked up onto the shack of Hikari. Going to be knocked down. Aqua 5's got Overwatch, but that's all he's going to be able to do from the anchor position. Is not a whole lot to save his teammate. A Freaker, though, all of them inside that shack. It doesn't seem like a good idea, and it's certainly not a good idea, but it's at this point, and this is what Miramar can throw in terms of a curveball, is where do you go? As Zoidmate's going to be eliminated by Kendesu and Sun Sister. As you mentioned, Team Liquid, you got to take this fight with W-Click, then push out of this compound.
One thing you have to appreciate here, they have all 4 players alive. They shouldn't have done. 2 of them were down instantly from the knock that we saw all the way outside the circle. They do have to advance forward. Numbers are with them. Time is not. The problem is once you've done with this, you have to deal with the open road that's in front of you. A Freak of Freaks have been pinned in, so they're taken away from the equation. And then I'll have to move on to SDV.
They've had 1 reprieve. As you mentioned, possibly, Team Liquid should have been down to just 2 players, but they got the revives, and to their credit, they're back up. So now they have the numerical advantage against W-Click. It's 4 versus 3, but W-Click are the one holding these angles, and James is careful here, but Harold is ready for the hit-fire spray. James has got that spidey sense. He feels like he's right next to him, and so he is. Harold's not going to change it. Oh, smart from James, though. Baited out the fire, and James can change his angle. Now they know that W-Click is still around in this compound as Rybo is going to be knocked down by Jepti. Team Liquid are playing this smart. What did I say? They would slow things down. They're not scared, but now they're playing smarter.
Try and run for cover, but I think he's outstayed his welcome there. One goes round on the flank. Jepti will get the cleanup, and this is the problem with this area because there's nowhere else to go. It's essentially a bottleneck. It's a stopgap for now. QM have turned up. W-Click still here in not very little numbers, but it could do enough damage. Samty is forced to turn and face. They'll discontinue the fight that they were currently dealing with. And now they have to face the oncomers that have arrived. So we've had 4 teams so far taking fights here. At the moment, there's just death surrounding them.
Samty spotting, actually, Aqua 5. Not necessarily spotting him, but the truck that's hiding him in front of the shack. QM rocked up. Silzen's still hanging around for W-Click. 3 teams all around this compound. Samty spotted by Easy. Gonna get a second one onto Jepti. Yes, he can, but it's actually gonna be Wu Fang. Never mind, they cleaned up. The bees up. The high ground, 2 kills now for Team Liquid. It's certainly a better performance, a better showing from them so far here on Miramar, but is it too little too late? Are they gonna be able to get enough points over these 2 games to get them in the top 8. And then still, as you mentioned, the bottleneck, it's now come to an end. It's now time to move, and they've got a lot of eyes at their location.
Jimbo just got 2 back-to-back. He just knocked 2 in. They can actually push onto this and maybe get some kind of cover. They can work forward. They're already lacking utility. You could see they instantly went for the body boxes of the people they put in the grave, and the reason they did that, they were completely out of smokes.
Oh, Style though. Realizing they were getting pushed on throughout the underarm nade, he got Ibby. Ibby was healing rather than pushing. They haven't been able to capitalize. His team's down to 1 health. He's in the blue. He goes down to Team Liquid. No placement points this game either. They had their chances. It felt like here on Miramar, at least for match 5. They're just not able to capitalize. And in the end, Silzen will also fall in what ended up being pretty much a death trap. That compound, no one came out alive.
The circle has been extremely, extremely unforgiving for anyone who wanted to go the way of the East. Hitchwin decides to kill himself in the vehicle. That one goes up in smoke. K-Mine falls, secondary. And so both of them do. That's a grenade instantly. Nikki says, thank you very much. 2 for 1, job done. Genesis also, they do make it into the top 10 at least, but only just 9th position for them. I'm not sure how many kills they get. They're another team that is lingering on the precipice of the Elimination Sunday match, 4 AM.
Sun Sister didn't really, I think they only got 2 points from this game, so they're on 24, sitting in that 8th position. It does give a lot of hope for a lot of other teams that are below them, that they only need single digits, for example, potentially, to make their way into the top 8. As we see Detonator now trying to push on to Lazarus, who have climbed up into the top 5 on 28 points. Seongjang still alive for Enter's Force. Actually spots Aqua 5, lands a tag. Another one might just do enough damage to get the elimination. Purdy Curdy has been spotted as well. Playing this one out for Force.
This is going to be really good for the likes of Crow Crowd, the likes of the Rumblers. When you're down in that 9th to 16th spot.
Sting Divine as well.
So they're in 7th, even still. 23 points. It's risky, but it's going to boost them up and maybe even secure their position in the semi-finals. Lazarus been held dead to rights. They need to remove Aqua 5 from the equation, and then if Purdy Curdy can actually find the kill, we'll keep an eye on the kill feed to see if he does. Otherwise, it will be the return favor, so to speak. It is an all. Aqua 5, another 3 point for Detonator.
He's low health though. Aqua 5 only 24 health, and Luke 12 and Alo are still just north of him. We'll get Purdy Curdy. 4 Angry Men just make it into the circle. They're going to be ones to gatekeep Crow Crowd, potentially. Microfight to get the knockdown onto Luke 12. Lazarus in a very difficult position now, down to just Alo. So we look at the live replay of the nade that gets K-Mind and H-Win from Nikki. Well, actually, it was just K-Mind. Maybe just not aware of the surroundings to hear that one. Only 2 kills for Rumblers. Not many kills there either for Sting Divine. A case where you're getting these feeds, but it's all the teams that are trying to get in the circle that are killing each other, like we saw before with Liquid and Co.
This will be big for Crow Crowd if they can advance forward in the circle, but it's going to be difficult because 4 AM is essentially just holding them, asking for the passports. Border Patrol on the edge of the white.
Lazarus fall on 29 points. Nade just in front of 4 AM, not going to get Xiao Lu.
I suppose for 4 AM, once these smokes have gone.
This is a big game though, as we said. Crow Crowd, Rumblers are going to be in a position where they're going now into the final game, where they only have to probably rely on themselves rather than hoping a team above them has a really poor game. 3 kills for Crow Crowd.
Tixu has gone for an extremely ballsy play, but he is behind 4 AM. The problem is STV know exactly where he is, and there's 4 members up. Teme does fall to the wayside. It's rather unfortunate. Nuki is the last man standing all the way in the north.
Seongjang is still alive for Enter's Force. How has he made it this far? Makes it into the top 4 now as well, as Forever is going to be taken out by Waldo. Rumblers with 4. And I think from here they probably clear out the rest of 4 AM as this game comes to an end for match number 5. 5 seconds from phase number 7. Is there a world where this man comes away with a win?
Oh boy.
Wow.
It's the only way it happens, where the solo snake could win the game. Just let everyone else beat each other to death in the circle.
I just want to point out his location in the hay bale shack. What was the last time we casted together and there was a solo man in there?
Let's not talk about Brazil completely bollocksing it up. We won't go there, Xenox.
Levi's, just be careful what you're doing in that truck.
Oh no, I'm just getting flashbacks now. It's PNC all over again. Oh boy. Well, 4AM, they're going to have a difficult run. They don't have any vehicles and they committed a lot of utility. I saw a lot of smokes previous, so you'd expect the Rumblers, because they're a hop, skip and a jump away from the circle, they'll make the run and basically just farm them for 3 points. I suppose if you want to win this game, though, it's how SDV utilizes this time that they've been given. The Rumblers will be so focused on 4AM.
Gonna throw this? No.
They can move into the circle, get a good read, get a good position, or at least a better position than the Rumblers on the opposing side, and then wait their arrival. The problem is, as you mentioned, the last player from Enters Force. Can he be the snake in the grass? Can he do damage here to one of these rosters?
In saying that, though, he probably wants to keep his position quiet.
Yeah.
So, in essence, I actually don't know if he's going to be the one to actually cause some damage or get a third party onto either Rumblers or Sting Divine, unless he feels like he's definitely going to get points out of it. There's a nade thrown towards him.
The smokes are up, yeah.
So now he's given. Okay, now he's given away his position.
I saw Turtle's arrow just looking directly at him, so I wondered if he'd put something down just to cause the cover. And those smokes, once they go out again,
the mind games though, where they might feel like it's actually a member of Rumblers that's been able to get to this position, might mean that Sting Divine make a forceful play to take over that hay bale hut.
So there was 2 ways that the Rumblers could have done this: get inside the circle and really get a better read and a better position on it, or go for the points onto 4AM and come later. They chose the latter stage. They picked up a couple of points here and there, but now it puts them in a predicament where SDV have been allowed to set up. However, Waldo has a decent angle. A bit of damage is done. Nicky is going to overextend on his own. Circle pops towards them. They still got to keep doing the work. If Nicky overextends and gets caught off guard,
it's good as dead.
Could be pretty problematic.
Levi's and Turtle have got the superior position compared to any member of Rumblers. I mean, they're the ones, in my eyes, who've got more work to do, still holding behind this rock. Sting Divine even have vehicles here if they necessarily need to push forward and potentially breach a player like Sung Jang.
Loss of micro, need to get a wriggle on. That blue's going to hurt.
They really need to start trying to make a play here.
Blue is really going to hurt in this circle. Sitting there up against it and slow playing it will not.
They want the knockdown before making the push. The problem is, even if they do push, where do they go to? It's just nothing but open field. Rumblers probably want more than 1 knockdown. They probably want 2 at a time here before they make a desperate push. Microfire is low. That's exactly what happens when you try and make a run for it out of the open. Oh, nice steal though by Song Jang. He's going to pick up Micro Jet with the knockdown onto Cherry Poppin', and kind of playing out how I would have expected it here. The nade now. The solo player of Enters Force to try and pick up more points. Loss is close to it, but not close enough.
Oh, it's smoking. A few bullets and that thing's going up. In a ball of flames, Waldo decides to give it up to the grave. They do manage to pick him up, and that should be a GG in my eyes for SDV. They'll find the final few players. They'll tick off the final few points. And Loss HD. The Finn could get the win. He actually gets an individual one, but he's lacking a helmet. Takes the vehicle out. Doesn't get the explosion from any grenades that will be coming his way, because he knows hell is about to be rained down.
He wants to try and flush this to get the confirmed point, and he does. Every point matters. 6 points at least for Rumblers here, but he's finding it very difficult. 3 eyes on him. Oh, 6 health, no health, God!
day? Was it something like 86 or 7 to qualify above a certain team and knock them out? It might actually be in Atletico. I actually don't think they qualified for that one. I'm sure they got booed out of it. So anything's possible. For all these teams that are down here, it's not just Liquid that's on the line. Yes, we focus on them because of the names and because of the org and because of where they are. But for everybody else that is below the Rumblers, qualification is still within reach.
It's certainly so. Let's drop out of the plane for one more time today. Match 6 on Miramar. We are underway as teams begin their final destination, and we'll see if there are any surprises still to be had. Who knows? Maybe the teams in the top 8 sims just continue on their merry way and sort of shut that door in the face of all those in the bottom 8 and say, hey, too little, too late.
Crow Crown's a nasty little roster that could potentially scare some people or even shock here. I've also witnessed them, same thing as well, with the FACEIT Global Summit. They qualified in the last circle, on the last day, on the last game by 1 point for that major event. And then there actually, some other teams flopped and failed around, and ENS being one of them. NIP didn't make it through to, like, there were certain things where they made it through to the grand, excuse me, NIP did, where they made it through to the actual grand finals, and no one kind of expected to do. They're a bit of a quiet team, but they can shock and they can surprise. So don't count out Crow Crown for now.
Certainly going to be a very mathematical game.
Hit it.
Interesting circle. Pop for phase 1. And this is where you sort of pull out the calculator, though, isn't it? Every kill, you kind of add it onto the tally. Every kill matters. Al-Azhar, the red dot on the dartboard here for phase 1. Genesis, Impicado. Do they just keep playing the same style to close the day out? Try and maybe be a bit more aggressive. You might see it from some teams to look for kills to be the thing that gets them across the line here.
Slight difference in adjustment, which could be deadly compared to the last game. This time round, Detonator is directly in front of Team Liquid's transition path. If they go to El Pozo, they have Crow Crown, but they play in the PL with them. They know that that's their home territory. They know it's a hot spot. Detonator's up in La Cobaderia, and they can't go through the main road, which means they have to traverse all the way through the crater field area. Samty is ahead of the game. He does have a vehicle, but still, pretty much when you look at this circle with how, you've got at least 40, 35% of the map that's just unreachable. You've already cut it off, so there's only a small amount of space here and limited places that teams will be able to go without bumping into one another.
And Detonator's a team that's going to be happy to just stay in their city for a while. They'll slowly move. We saw them at Belladamar in the last game, and they took a very long rotation. So a similar style of play to a Freak of Freaks. And I don't know, maybe if Team Liquid get unlucky, I don't think they're going to push through the city. James is already far up north. Kari actually moving early, so starting to think maybe not much will come from that, fortunately for Team Liquid.
I wonder if any of them just go with the mindset of, you know what, we're going to elimination. Let's take it as another day and another free day of practice compared to other teams. Yeah, it's another 6 games, and let's just farm as many points as we can, and potentially even
that's just not it.
Yeah,
that's not what you pull out. I'm not sure what GYY was thinking there for QM. There's a way though of thinking about the elimination stages extra practice.
I mean, you look at FaZe Clan,
next weekend,
right? And the teams that qualified yesterday, they played the 6 games and they've got time off until next week. For the teams that are playing today, okay, they didn't get the games yesterday, but they get another 6 tomorrow.
There's no difference if you qualify from the top 8 tomorrow, for example, to next weekend. The only difference is you've just played an extra 6 games.
There's always a bright side to going in elimination, right?
There's always a brighter side to life.
You're just using up that extra life.
I think we're just being very kind here for the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're not, you should be really.
The truth is, I think everyone definitely would want to not play tomorrow. It's Neki with a nice knockdown onto Profi. That's not the start that Genesis were looking for here on Miramar. They might lose HWin if they're not careful. Turtle close with the mini.
They're turning and facing. They're committing to this res.
Well, this is where you think, okay, it's the final game. The Nerf has, well, lost his vehicle. Whoops. Sometimes it just gets away from you. That's life.
Well, Genesis have been halted for now. Damage from afar. Gets the tag, not the frag. AHQCC will befall as well. Luke 12 picks him up. That's an instant point in their pocket. So Lazarus, 31 points now. And we will be trying to keep track of them as much as humanly possible because points mean prizes. And it also Could literally be a matter of qualification quite easily, or relegation tomorrow. Reeboks will get tagged up from the back. Enters Force finding him on transition. Where's the rest of the teams? I'll just bring you up to speed. Detonator, they've gone for the wide. All the way up in the north, they're heading on the main road through Torre, and just below now, Camp Militar. Michael goes down, 4AM find him forever. It's not a death just quite yet, but TSM and 4AM, they're going head-to-head. I can see it on the map here. They are at each other's throats. They're at the doors. Gustav onto Jailu. Michael goes down. He's confirmed. Forever finds him. So your top two teams at the moment, they're both qualified. I think this is just friendly banter between them both.
Yeah, of course, if TSM were to knock out 4AM right now, that all but certainly guarantees them top spot. Still a long way to go for 4AM if they were to overtake TSM, and that would certainly be saying something. And I think it's also fair to say going into next weekend and maybe for the rest of this tournament, TSM, 4AM, they are now two of the favorites for the remainder of PGC with the way they have dominated this lobby.
And I suppose for these two teams, if they get a bit bloodthirsty, you think, you know what, it's just a public game.
Well, this is just practice now to finish off the day.
The thing is that they could crush someone's dreams. They could go quite easily find a team that is down in the bottom 8th and kill them.
The funny thing is, you actually probably play better when you have all... The pressure's gone now for these teams. There's nothing to lose.
Imagine if there was some kind of like, in the back, you had the best analyst in the world who'd done his job, and coming into this year, you know what? A team that looks close to us is in this position. We don't want to see them in the grand finals or groups. Go and find him now and kill him. There is multiple angles to this, and there is, you know, looking at it from that kind of perspective. If there's someone who plays close to you, why not kick him out of this? Why not kick him while
because of the fact that points carry over to tomorrow. I think that's something you've also got to take into account. Now, let's say, for example, in a hypothetical world, and this is obviously not the case, but if points didn't transfer, we might have seen some hot drops in this game.
Yes, totally. Totally. But for 4AM and TSM, it's just open field there. So if anyone they don't like, if anyone comes close, why not have a go? Why not pick up some free points? I'm seeing Lazarus and Atletico getting a little bit too close to one another. Elazar could be the hot spot because it is dead center, but we don't ever really see circles there. James is on his own. All the rest of Team Liquid, they're just moving by the Oasis. Sun Sisters are not far behind them. Keep a track on that one, Crow Crowd up against the western side of the circle. All the way by water treatment. Down south we have a Freak of Freaks and Genesis once again going head-to-head on the main road. Rumblers, slowly but surely, they will enter the point all the way down south, the furthest away for now. And Sting Divine, 2 wins in the bag, 10 kills in the previous one, and just below La Bendita.
Rumblers probably got that thought in the back of their head, but that is, you kind of coined it before, a target on their back. They might look to play a more slow style here, push in late, rather than going out early. If they can find a way to have 4 alive by the late game, it gives them an increased chance of holding on to their top 8 position on that 26-point mark. So many teams so close to them. TSM had spotted Atletico, which, for the record, Atletico and Lazarus both taking shots at each other. No knocks yet, but actually looking at the map, Atletico are pushing onto Lazarus, who have got a 2-2 split. Hurdy-Curdy and Uncivil. Oh, James has spotted him. Hurdy-Curdy just standing still. It's a free target. It's a free kill for James, and maybe, just maybe, a beginning for Team Liquid, a platform to build off for the final game. It's, I know, a long, long way to go, but it's gone from 15 points to 14 points required.
Lazarus are up there, just in 7th, so it is a team that you would be wanting to take away. The danger for me is that James is completely, and I mean completely, disconnected from the rest of his roster. He's on his own in no man's land. Everyone else is up north.
This is an ugly circle for a lot of teams as well. There's just not much around this area. You said before, what, 45% of the circle maybe was unplayable, and that trend continues.
You keep him water in.
I almost say about 50% is just about unplayable. Just about, really, when you consider the mountain range on the east side. I mean, you can maybe play, if you want, you could go on the other side of the road there. I just wouldn't recommend it.
It's a dip. It does fall off, but like the mountain is just inaccessible.
You know where this circle's going.
That's the problem with it.
It's going back out west. It's going back towards QM, Enters Force, AHQ. So when you've got that information, you know where it's definitely going to be going. Everyone wants to be there. There's just not enough space for phase 2 for 16 teams, and then further forth, phases 3 and 4.
Yeah, this is going to be rough.
They've got so many teams that are still yet to come in. Team Liquid has still got 2 of their players just south of Campo Militar. Sun Sister as well, long way out. Down to the South Grumblers and Sting Diviners. Halo and Luke get pushed on by Aqua 5. Gets the flush onto Luke 12. Uncivil will get the trade onto Aqua 5, but they do lose Luke. Wicked continues to push up. He's been aggressive, and Uncivil holds the window, holds it well. 3 kills for Lazarus. They're not going out without a fight. They've got a couple of more points now in their back pocket here for the final game of the day.
Between QM enters Force.
It's not good for Detonator, though. They look like to be the first team potentially confirmed that they will play from this group tomorrow.
QM enters Force and W Click, strongest position of them out. At the moment, or now should I say. Central point on the map. Circle has a good tendency to come this way, given that there is inaccessible terrain for Final Circle that does linger around this in a circular area. So it tends to flood down. It will pull away from water as well. So you know exactly where it's going to... This is the thing. All these teams know where it's going to slip. It's, like a piece of the puzzle. It's only going to go to one place now, so they'll all be calculating that up. But it is risk-reward, because this circle is going to be so compacted with players. We have 56 alive, and one hell of a small circle to put them all within.
Make that 55 alive. Profi gets Nikki, although Jet with a quick triple tap. Luckily, Nerf's got the angle, and is going to get the double knockdown onto Turtle as well. Nerf picks up 2. Genesis are about to go to 3. And for the time being, it will actually shift Genesis temporarily into the top 8. Once these are confirmed, of course. And this is where, as I said, calculators get them out. Harold with the knockdown onto Nerf. Jet will bleed out.
So the points keep coming through. The Rumblers will just hold them now. Comes down to kills as well and frags. TSM have finally been spotted by Liquid, just rolling up on them slowly but surely. We're out in the open. Samty and Jeems couldn't get an off angle here should they decide to get involved. Maybe come from behind to do damage to TSM. Jempty currently disconnected ever so slightly from the rest of the roster, but Ibiza, whatever you want to call him, is still there. He's long, he's tall. Everyone knows his presence when he's on the map, and he can shoot, so you have to be really, really careful. But Jeems is still holding the rest of the teams down in the south. Oh no, this is a European massacre. I'm seeing Crow Crowd also rolling up to the backside of TSM. We're going to have a 3-way.
And it certainly will be the fun kind, as Crow Crowd maybe, though, seeing that next circle pop, might want to keep going up more easternly. Obviously, for TSM, they can have as much fun as they want here. Team Liquid are the ones sweating. Ibi and the Murado trying to vacate the area. And with the Toby eye tracking, you can see how still Gustav is as he sprays down. Doesn't land a shot, though. Now the spotted Crow Crowd.
I just love the little look over the shoulder. See you later, guys. And he's gone for now.
They're just making it to the circle. They're not much further, though. I mean, TSM are going to continue pushing towards Team Liquid. It's sort of a put it on hold, and we'll have our date tomorrow. Maybe walking back with shots. Oh, Sun Sister have just pushed right into 4 AM. It's Forever holding the right angle. ZGG holding the left angle.
Gabba goes down. I should instantly followed up as well. The grenades are going to come out, so more damage. They can essentially just push this one. They've got the initial knocks that don't get too great. Chemic. Oh, he hasn't checked his angles. The hip fire. Forever is punished hard. ZGG also comes flying around the corner, but Curse of the Caster as he spins around, unfortunately doesn't get the view on this one. You still have Sam up here just overlooking this. Maybe play a little bit of a spoiler, but I think, you know what, I'm last alive. We've only got 1 kill. We'll try and do what we can. Where was Sunstice coming into?
They're sitting 10th right now on the total
so
ranking.
He needs to stay alive. If he goes down, they're out.
That means they'll be out of the game, but also making sure they are out of next weekend, at least for now, temporarily. They'll be going to the elimination stage. Still a chance, though, with Crazy Sam alive, and that's why his life is very important right now. Every point matters. If you're AHQ, if you're Lazarus and Entus Force, even 33 points, it's not enough right now.
More quiet on the western front, not too many. There's not really that much of an engagement. It's just getting into the circle because it is rather compacted. You know it's going to pull from El-Azhar. You do have that huge field as well, and you've still got the cliff face in play, which again is going to push it more towards a centralized position.
Do they just push straight into Team Liquid here? Crow Crowd.
Honestly, I don't really know what you can do. I don't even know if they've got...
Oh, no, not like this.
4 fins and a car. What can go wrong?
Everything can go wrong for Crow Crowd here.
Everything can go right for for Team Liquid if they manage to blow it up.
Well, yeah, that'd be 4 pretty comfortable kills. They're going to try and hug the mountain as best as they can. Obviously, they can't go any further to the east because of it, and it actually works out because of the dip. In the end, it works out very, very well. Well played from Crow Crowd, and Hikari's just been spooked. He's going to run back over to Isco. We're about to get that circle pop now for Phase 4, the ever-important Phase 4. And see who is going to get this feed. I presume north. Never mind. It's kind of south. It's central. W-Click, a freak of freaks. They hold the center positions. Everyone else, as you can see, especially out to the west, it's all just holding the edge.
Liquid, Crow Crowd, 4 AM, TSM. And the last player from Sun Sisters all have to make an advancement somewhere in the north.
W-Click are currently in last position right now, as Team Liquid have overtaken them by 1 point.
At least there's some respite, I suppose.
They're actually going to move down south. They're going to try and take the compound instead of the high ground. Isco's knocked down by Lamboot. Levi's lost with a line for Sting Divine, but they've done enough. 43 points will be more than enough in terms of safety. That'll be our first team eliminated. Well, from winners to last.
And you know what? This is an interesting story backbuilding. Because now the Rumblers have engaged, Genesis have got the information that they are kicking it in the distance.
There goes Detonator, so they will be playing tomorrow. 18 points for them, locked in going into the elimination stage.
So W-Click are actually just in front of both Rumblers and Genesis. The question is, which team fights them first?
Well, it's a 2-2 split. Stream with a knockdown onto Jempty as
it's a really important
Atletico and Team Liquid actually taking shots. Atletico have got the position, but Team Liquid are starting to land some knocks. They got Extreme. Zoid fires back onto James, though. Ibiza and Sampty. They need more points than this. Sampty sends it straight down. It's urgent time for Team Liquid. Can they get another reprieve? We saw it in the last game where they had 2 players knocked. They got the revives. They were able to continue further, pick up vital points. If they can at least finish at around 20 points going into the elimination stage, it gives them a platform to get back into next weekend. Wayless just says thank you for the 3 points. He even goes flying out of the vehicle. That's one way to close off the day for 4 AM. Of course, they're not playing tomorrow. They're going to next weekend immediately. Atletico need the points, though. And they just lost a couple, thanks to 4 AM. The nade bounced right on top of Jim. That's empty. Oh, my God.
Oh, no. Stop. They're already dead.
Flood got him. And I think the rest of Team Liquid might just go down. Triple tap from James, though. Sends Zoid back behind the rock to heal back up. James is... Oh, my goodness. It's all over, surely, for Team Liquid. I think we might have built it up more than it really was. They will be falling to the elimination stage. 11 teams remain, and all of a sudden, chaos has ensued on Miramar.
Sun Sisters gone, Liquid gone, Detonator gone. We'll see you tomorrow, boys. You're playing in Elimination Sunday. Genesis still
alive.
Chomping at the bit, yeah.
Rumblers holding on to that 8th spot on 27 points, but as you said, Genesis right on the heels, and if Rumblers do go out here on 27 points, it might not be enough.
AHQ, I was just about to say they don't have any kills. They managed to at least pick up 1, which does damage towards the Rumblers. Again, 33 points. It's still, it's risky to be fair if both of the North American teams decided they want to get involved here, but the Rumblers themselves, they are bleeding at the wayside. They're outside of the blue and they need to move forward. For AHQ, this is a really good point to solidify their position above them.
It's not just for AHQ, but it's everyone else that's in the bottom 8 that's trying to make their way into the top 8. Micro Fry's not going to make it past Yan Lee. 1 more to deal with. Still has Milk alive, who's watching his back. Cherry Poppins behind this tree. I think for Rumblers, it's going to be a nervous wait to see, but it might be 1 extra point. That could be the difference maker for Cherry Poppin. Can he confirm it? That is the question on Yan Lee. Milk throws out the smoke. It's not over yet for Rumblers.
They stole it away from them.
Can he confirm this point? It could be the difference maker. He got the revive Milk. SR's back up alive.
This is pretty good from AHQ. All they got to do is just keep on surviving. Really, there's no other word to put it. Just keep on surviving. W-Click, 2 players back-to-back. Wu Feng with a 2-for-1 nade. That's all the way up in the hillside. So QM are making an advancement on this. I really like this while they've been focused and tunnel visioned all the way down the bottom, but there's a response. Reeboks needs to hold on. There's 1, there's 2. Third one's up top. Can he pull it and stay alive? This would be This would be huge momentum for his team.
2 left standing for W Click. There goes Atletico in 11th position. That will be playing in the elimination stage tomorrow. Liga still alive. No kills for QM. Hasn't quite been the successful breach that they would have liked, but at least
They've jumped him.
causing damage.
Genesis have jumped him. They've just got kills in a kill feed. If Rumblers go out, that one last player, they've done it and they've advanced.
Cherry Poppin, unfortunately, hasn't been able to make something out of nothing. It was always going to be a tough ask. He's out of first aid kits, and Rumblers, unfortunately, will fall out into the elimination stage. Genesis are making it happen right now. They're into the top 8, and it's on their own accord. They've got 4 alive as well.
There's still a few other teams down there within it. W Click. I mentioned Ribox. That's all 3 players gone. Ira does step up. He saw some of his stats lingering a second ago. He does continue.
Crowd is the
punishment.
biggest threat now for Genesis.
I'm glad you touched on them because they've got all 4 players alive. But the problem is there aren't that many to kill within their vicinity. Genesis has been biding their time and picking up more points when it comes to kills. They need to get the win, but they more importantly need to get the frags.
Genesis pushing up behind Afrika. Afrika have got 4 alive. If they were to push south and take the fight with Genesis and wipe out Genesis, it might give it an opportunity for Crowd. But I have a sneaky feeling that Afrika Freaks are going to actually be trying to get the easier kills here onto Crowd because they need to cross this road and it's not going to be easy. Up north, there's Lazarus and there's Force. I think they're going to finish off Iro, who's still alive actually for TSM.
He just wants to get the full win, doesn't he? He just wants to be at the top.
He just doesn't want to have to sit there. He might as well just keep playing.
Why not? He used to do it with DA, so he might as well continue now. Crowd 21 points. They're really the only team that could jump Genesis here.
Yeah.
But the only way they do it is they play for kills. They're going on a 2-2 split. Afrika Freaks is directly in front of them, holding down the building. That will be an extremely difficult push to cross that road, especially when you're so disconnected. The big advantage for Genesis is the fact that, well, not only have they been given the circle away from Crowd, but they have the height advantage. They are uphill.
The worst case scenario for Genesis right now would be if Crowd keep wrapping south, pushing behind Genesis, wipe them.
Oh, and they don't know they're there.
That would make it actually just a 4-point gap.
Make it fun.
It would certainly make it fun. In saying that, while Genesis remains alive, it makes it extraordinarily difficult for Crowd. Because it's an 8-point gap.
What does AFF do, though? How does AFF play a part in this one? So Crowd can't be seen, but I've got a feeling that Nerf's just copped for them on the rotation. If AFF draws their attention, they look...
Genesis push onto AFF and then Crowd pushing behind and pinch them.
Honestly, dude, I am damn sure Nerf has seen them because they're now all rallying towards the edge of the circle.
But they haven't seen Tixu and Misa.
Yeah, he's got him. There we go. Okay, now this is the problem. You're going to catch these players individually. Oh, wait. You are 100% right.
Never mind. Now they see them. They needed to get those. They needed those knockdowns. Misa with a knockdown onto K-Mine, but Crowd are bleeding players right now. Only Nuki remains. Well... It was, for a small amount of time, a chance for Crowd, and it all came crashing down. It really, Tixu needed to land those shots.
I think really they needed to go as a 4. If there had been a full 4 unit there, they only saw the last 2 stragglers, then maybe they could have hit them from behind and not had the information.
Well, now Afrika Freaks have heard what's happening, but obviously, unless Teammate and Nuki can survive, maybe pushing behind Afrika Freaks.
Oh no, oh, wait, what? Okay, I don't know how. Look, this is just kind of
Shadow
as it is. I don't know what's going to happen.
No, there's no way.
I honestly think that Genesis are just going to slap them from above, but things seem to be going well. Timmy does fall back. They're going to take advantage of this one. Nuki's the last man standing for me. This is a Genesis who will avoid relegation.
Well, 1 health, but then the heal for Nuki. Look, it's impossible from here. And then spots in as well.
It's dumb.
That will be it.
It's dumb.
That will also then be our 8. I don't think mathematically it's possible for W Click. I thought I'd touch on them, I guess, and technically QM has still got Liga, but...
I mean, these are live standings, so yeah. You could... If he gets 10 points for the... no, it's...
I mean, theoretically, W Click have got 2 players up here.
I'm going to say no.
Would be needing to wipe out probably Lazarus, Entis Force, Liga, hope Afrika Freak, wipe out Genesis, and then W Click would have to wipe out Afrika Freak and win. No, it's just not happening.
Long story short, they have to kill the server. That's kind of how it would be. They'd have to just slap the entire server now, pick up the frags as much as they can if they even want a chance of doing it.
In saying that, though, and this is the thing, again, where points transferring over tomorrow, for W Click, yes, they might just miss out. Yes, they might finish around 9th or 10th, but they're going to get more points here in this final game. That go from maybe 18 points to something like 25, 26 points, and that might be the difference for them going into the elimination stage, as Shadow is going to be finished off by Uncivil.
Look, I don't want to take anything away from all these teams that are playing here and now. They're all professional players, and we give them the courtesy and the respect as we would any other team, but we generally know who's going down. Can we just take a moment between ourselves to appreciate that Team Liquid is going into a relegation match tomorrow with a mere 13 points.
Are they going in with the lowest amount of points? I don't actually recall yesterday's group standings for points.
Well, I mean, to be fair, G2 also pooped the bed.
G2,
so
G2
there.
and Team Liquid are probably the bottom two. Well, they should be the bottom two because G2 was last, right?
PEL Monka S. Good lord. Well, we'll continue on with this one. That's all tomorrow's fun and games, and I'm sure the analyst desk can go a little bit deeper into it. AFF are disconnected between each other. NN and Style. 1-to-1 scenario. Nerf not quite center of the map. Doyu also there. Enters Force might be able to round this one off, to be honest with you, with a win. Should the rest of the teams go for one another and maybe do a fair amount of damage. Profit, there is a response there. Unfortunately, K-Mine just drops dead in front of him. Might be able to get the revive here because H-Wing can hold Styles back while Nerf just maybe keeps the tabs on those in front. That's exactly what he's going to do. Puts an end to Ribox because he has been nothing but stellar during this game, picking up most of the frags for his team.
Not quite Gen G-esque from Genesis, but definitely the replica. I mean, 9 kills here in the final game. They weren't as far back as Gen G was yesterday for Group 1, but a similar scenario, and goes to show really, you know, with this 6-game format, all it takes is one really big game where you can get double-digit kills in a win, and that's going to be the majority of your points. That can end up being enough. You've seen it with Sting Divine. They had 36 points from 2 games. The other 7 ended up actually coming from 4. So 7 in 4 games is horrible. It's almost Team Liquid-like. Not quite as bad, though.
It's nice to see HQ making it through. I will say that. We've seen them time and time again kind of performing on a world stage level, but if they would have gone down to relegation, it would have been disappointing. They're one of the teams that everyone kind of has an eyes on, especially even from a fan base perspective. Like, the fans that they draw in is, I know they've got a lot of support for the players out there, so it's good to see.
Yep.
Atletico, I think it's safe to say since Lu 12 has left them, it's a good team, but it's certainly not been the team that we saw. It's more of a, it has had its setbacks regardless. Crow Crowd, again, I've not seen the spark that we've been seeing within PEL.
I really thought Sun Sister and Rumblers, out of the bottom 8 teams, and rightfully so, the 9th and 10th, were the standouts from this group going into the elimination stage. But what's interesting is it's going to be VC Gaming from Group 1 on 30 points that will lead the way tomorrow as we kind of wind down match 6. Right, there's going to be eliminated. There goes Style. 10 kills for Genesis. And, well, we go back to sort of this. I was about to say, you're kind of taking momentum into the semi-finals for Genesis, but you've got a week off now.
Am I right in saying, correct me if I'm wrong here, I could be, am I right in saying that only one Chinese team's made it through to groups directly?
You would be correct. It was 2 are in the elimination stage already from Group 1. So
a stronger and extremely developed region. That's quite a shocker.
Yeah. 4 AM though, I guess you could say, are also now, after the performance today, one of the favorites. I mean, you can kind of start to talk about how the rest of PGC is going to play out. K-Mine knocked down onto Indigo. I mean, this is an interesting fight here between Entis Force and Genesis. Nice spray from K-Mine, knocked down onto Kale. Genesis want the win. They want to finish off in style. Doya is the last one alive for OGN Entis Force. The sister team won Group 1. But Entis Force will be more than happy to at least just move on to the semi-finals. A 4v1 would be an interesting way to finish off the day.
It'd be sick.
It would be pretty sick.
I mean, we saw it from a Korean player yesterday. There's no reason why we can't see the same thing now. Sweep and clear all the way up the top. He doesn't have to give away any points because at this point it just doesn't matter whatsoever. Hitchwin has seen him, hits the deck for now.
Look at the other 3 all running straight towards him.
And honestly, that's going to be